Hello and welcome to all learners to our new certification program related to virtualization. During the whole session or during the whole training program, we're gonna talk about virtualization, which is almost a decade older technology, but due to its tremendous benefits is still meaningful for today IT world and is still relevant in building software defined networks, or you can say SDN, and cloud technologies. So let's get the real concept of this technology. During the whole training program, we go through number of video sessions, discussions, practical exercises and assessments. We will look at the future of virtualization and this technology importance related to the current IT world. But before going to understand this technology, we just want to discuss the current traditional infrastructure which we are using before virtualization technology. Here you can see that we have three number of racks in which we implemented number of servers. And when we talk about the physical servers have three major components. Number one is called compute, which include motherboard, power supply and other accessories. While the second and most important component is called storage, which includes your SAS drives or SSD or SATA drives, in which you can store your all kinds of data. And the last and other major component is called networking, which include your physical switches and your network adapters, which we are using for the purpose of connectivity, communication, resource sharing. For a while, you consider yourself a consultant, and by Monday morning, you get call from your valuable client, and their IT spokesperson told you that one of their server is getting faulty and not operational. So you visit their data center and find out and diagnose that their motherboard is getting faulty. So in that situation, what is the solution? You definitely you have to replace the motherboard. So for that purpose, you contact to the vendor, and vendor said that sorry, we don't have this specific motherboard available in our store because this is too older technology. And you know that your client using this server from last 10 years or for a single decade. So due to the older technology, now this motherboard is totally disappear from the market. So in this situation, your whole IT operation will be totally disturbed, and you find out that the solution for this problem is you have to buy the new machine. You have inserted your storage media into that machine, and each and everything will be working fine. But unfortunately, when you implement your SAS drives or your SATA drives into the new server, due to incompatibility, your operating system will be buzzing, freaking, or you can say their all applications and operating system components will be messed up with each other. So it is the single incident which occur in a smaller environment. What if we consider about the enterprise networks? Here you can see in other example. Let me clear with another example. Here you can see that if we have an enterprise type of data center, and within a single day this type of 3 to 4 or 5 incidents occur, so you know that our IT operations will be totally a nightmare for our clients here. So due to this nightmare or due to this major issue, your IT operations will be totally disturbed, or will be totally in kind of threat for all the time, Because why it happens? Because your operating system is completely dependent on your hardware. So due to which, if any one of component is got failed from the physical infrastructure, so you will be in trouble, and your whole your number of clients will have numerous business losses. Here you can see that due to this hardware failure, you will be face number of business losses in the industry, and your whole infrastructure or your data center will be messed up, and your client will be in a frustrated situation. Like this image, they have a number of issues related to their performance, related to their security, related to their high availability and reliability. So there are number of other issues with this traditional infrastructure, but the fundamental concept was that your operating system is completely dependent on the hardware. So in that situation, the industry experts analyzed the problem, and they started working for a solution which comes up in the form of virtualization. So let's get intro with this technology in our upcoming session. Welcome back. So now our whole IT world is facing this dependency problem of the operating system, that our operating system is completely dependent on the hardware, and due to this dependency we have number of business losses, we have number of performance issues, we have security issues and reliability as well. So after a few years, industry experts introduces a new technology, a new era of the application to this IT world in the form of virtualization. Here you can see that in the image here. Now, basically when we talk about the virtualization is what you are doing is you are separating the operating system from underlying hardware. So after coming the virtualization technology, the dependency of the operating system or the connectivity of the operating system and the hardware is totally disconnected by this technology. Now your virtualization technology is facing the hardware, and your operating system is completely independent from your underlying hardware. So in virtualization scenario, all hardware resources like your storage, your networking, or your compute or security, all resources, memory, storage, networking, etc. are pulled together by software and deliver dynamically to virtual machines. Now this virtualization technology have the capability to make their repository in the form of hardware resources in form of virtual machines. So when we talk about virtualization is a simple process of creating anything virtually. It might be compute, storage, memory, networking, or even application, or simply its virtual version of your physical hardware. So virtualization technology have the capability to make the virtual version of your physical hardware in the form of a file, and this file is completely independent from the hardware. So whenever your physical server motherboard or your physical server networking components are getting faulty, you can replace you can move your virtual machines to new hardware, and it will be completely working on the new infrastructure. infrastructure. So this technology sorted out all the issues which you are facing previously with the traditional infrastructure. It is completely independent from the physical hardware. It is reliable. It is performance oriented. Within few minutes you can move your virtual machine to the new hardware, and your business operations will be butter smooth. And security is also totally covered by this technology. And what application working behind this technology is called hypervisor. So there are a number of vendors which are producing their hypervisors related to the virtualization technology. So in upcoming session, let's get intro with this hypervisor technology, which is totally integrated with this virtualization world. Welcome back. So in the previous session, we just get the basic idea of virtualization, in which we understand that virtualization is the process of boxing your physical components into virtual repositories. So for that purpose, we need an application. You know that in the IT world, every function will be performed by an application. So right now we are doing the virtualization. So for that purpose, we need also a major application, and this application is known as hypervisor. So when we talk about the hypervisor, hypervisor is an application that separates computer operating system and applications from underlying physical hardware. The hypervisor drives the concept of virtualization by allowing the physical host machine to operate multiple virtual machines as a guest, to help maximize the effective use of computing resources such as memory, storage, and networking components. So here you can see that if I here I can highlight it for you. Here you can see that we have a physical hardware, and on this physical hardware we installed an application which is called the hypervisor, and we have a number of vendors which introduces their own hypervisors. And when we talk about the vendors, there are two major vendors which are right now ruling the virtualization industry, and one of them is called the VmWare, and the VmWare hypervisor is simply called ESXi. Okay, so we installed this application or this hypervisor on this hardware. So this application which we installed over here is called the host application. So if I talk about the hypervisor plays the role of host, while when we talk about the virtual machines, these all virtual machines are considered as a guest. So right now in this scenario, our hardware is completely independent from these virtual machines or from these virtual repositories of our physical infrastructure. And this host application, which we called it hypervisor, is now working as a translator for building the repositories of the physical infrastructure of this machine. So hypervisor is generally called as a host, while the machines which we create with the help of this hypervisor are called the guest machines. So by that means this whole virtualization infrastructure is operational in the IT industry and working perfectly. Whenever our physical infrastructure having any issues, we can transfer or we can migrate all these virtual machines to other newer hardware, and they don't care about the compatibility issues because they have they have nothing or they have totally unaware about the hardware information. So that's why when we migrate these virtual machines to the new hardware, they operational they working perfectly, or they perform all the functions as they are performing on the previous hardware. So when we talk about the hypervisors, here in the here you can see that now let me remove this. So I remove the previous one. Here you can see that now hypervisor have the capability to create this virtual repository of the physical components in the form of compute, storage, networking, and security. So virtualization uses software which we known as the hypervisor to create an abstraction layer over the computer hardware that allows the hardware elements of a single computer like processor, memory, storage, and more to be divided into multiple virtual computers or multiple virtual machines, and each VM runs its own operating system independently. So in that way, our virtualization technology is working smoothly related to their physical components or related to their computer storage and networking which we are using in our infrastructure. So I hope that you get the basic concept of the hypervisor. So this hypervisor have the capability to create software defined data centers. So when your machines when your virtual machines are created by a software, so they have completely independent infrastructure related to the hardware. So now in upcoming session we are going to understand the types of hypervisor, and we will also discuss the ruler of this industry like VmWare, like Microsoft, like Sangfor, like other vendors which are producing their own hypervisors to facilitate this virtualization industry. Welcome back. So let's get information about the types of hypervisors. Right now in front of you we have an enterprise data center, and when we implement virtualization technology on it, it will look like this. Here you can see that the number of servers reduced. So in the previous session we discussed that the basic purpose of the virtualization technology is to bring independence of our virtual machines, that our operating system will be completely independent from underlying hardware. Now it's time to get the second benefit, that when you implement the virtualization technology, the number of physical servers will be reduced, as you can see in front of you. So due to the reduction of physical servers, the maintenance and the administration process will be get easier for IT staff or for IT team. So it's the second benefit of this technology. Now let's move and understand the types of hypervisor. So generally we have two types of hypervisors. We have two types of hypervisor. The one is called type 1, while the second one is called type 2 hypervisor. So we get the basic idea or get the basic difference between both of these two hypervisors. Let's move further. Here you can see that when we talk about the type 1 hypervisor, type 1 hypervisor is completely independent from the operating system. you can install the type 1 hypervisor directly on your hardware. In the same image, you can see that we have the physical machine. Here you can see that we have the physical machine, and on that physical machine we installed the hypervisor of the VmWare, which is called ESXi. And this type 1 hypervisor not dependent or not require any type of other operating system to make this hypervisor operational. So when we talk about the type 1 hypervisor uses in the enterprise network, or you can say that in a production network independently, and this hypervisor have the capability to create virtual machines from its physical or underlying hardware, like compute or like memory or storage or networking, each and every component which is related to the physical infrastructure. While when we talk about the type 2 hypervisor is not recommended for enterprise networks or production environments. Type 2 hypervisor is dedicated for the purpose of testing, or for the purpose of university projects, or for the purpose of creating demos in your own server machine or in your own laptop. The other important thing about the type 2 hypervisor is that type 2 hypervisor cannot directly installed on the hardware. If you want to install the type 2 hypervisor, you need any type of operating system. It might be a Windows 10, or it might be Windows 8, or it might be a server 2012 operating system, or in any Linux operating system. So type 2 hypervisor is still dependent on the operating system. So if you don't have any other operating system, you cannot install type 2 hypervisor. Like if you don't have any operating system, you cannot install the Office applications or graphics application or any other SQL application. So in the same manner, when you are implementing the type 2 hypervisor requires the operating system. So the major difference between type 1 and type 2 is that type 1 is directly installed on the hardware, while type 2 is require operating system. Without operating system, you cannot install the type 2 hypervisor. Second important thing which you need to understand about the type 1 and type 2 is that type 2 is completely recommended for enterprise networks, for production networks, because it's completely designed for enterprise data centers. While type 2 when we talk about the type 2, it's totally dedicated for the testing purpose. So I hope that you get the basic idea about the type 1 and type 2 hypervisor. Let's get into the demo of these two hypervisors, because now we have that much theory about the virtualization technology, and we have that much concepts related to the virtualization technology. So now we have to move for the demo, and let's see how type 1 is making operational this industry, and how type 2 is working in the testing environment. So let's get into the demo and understand the basic idea of the hypervisors. Welcome back. Now you can see that how hypervisor type 1 is working in the industry. Here you can see that we have the physical hardware, and on these physical servers we will install the type 1 hypervisor, and this hypervisor is a complete mini type of operating system which have the capability to create the virtual repositories of this physical infrastructure, which include network security, compute, storage, and all the resources related to the physical infrastructure. And for that purpose, we have number of vendors. Number one, if we talk about the vendors which are producing type 1 hypervisor, is called VmWare, right? And the second topmost vendor related to the virtualization technology is called Microsoft. And when we go further, we can also find Citrix in that field. And the other important vendor related to the type 1 hypervisor is called Sangfor. So there are other number of vendors which are producing their type 1 hypervisor, but if we discuss about the industry or we discuss about the competitors, they are listed here. So the VmWare hypervisor is generally called ESXi, okay. And when we talk about, and also we have number of versions related to the ESXi, as we have like in when we talk about the Microsoft operating system, we have Windows 7, Windows 8 and upgraded versions related to the client side or related to the server side. In the same manner, when we talk about the type 1 hypervisor, so we have different versions related to the ESXi, and right now in this course we will use the latest version, which is 6.7, but we will also discuss other previous versions, so you can get the whole idea behind the type 1 hypervisor. And when we talk about the Microsoft hypervisor is called Hyper-V. Generally, this Hyper-V is integrated with the server operating system. When you install Server 2012 or Server 2016 or the latest operating system of the Microsoft is called Server 2019. So when you installed all these operating systems have the integrated component which is called Hyper-V, and Hyper-V is the Microsoft hypervisor. And when we talk about the Citrix server, Citrix vendor, their hypervisor is called Xen App or Xen Server. So you can implement the Xen Server for the purpose of virtualization or to create the virtual machines. And when we talk about the HCI, their product is called itself Sangfor HCI. So different vendors have their own applications related to the type 1 hypervisor, but their working process, their standards, their working procedures are same, because industry also standardize this process. So whenever any vendor wants to enter into this industry, they make sure that their hypervisor have all the capabilities which are defined by the top vendors or defined by the industry standards. So let's get the demo of type 1 hypervisor, and we will use VmWare ESXi 7.0 that how can we install this on our physical server or on our or in our demo session. So let's move and get the demo on ESXi 7.0. So let's start the process of type 1 hypervisor installation of VmWare ESXi 6.7. So for that purpose, number one, we require ISO image which we can download from the VmWare website. And then on the in the second option, we require the USB. Definitely, we will make bootable this USB by this ISO image and then install this ESXi on our physical server. So if we want to make the USB bootable, so for that purpose we also require application which make this USB bootable. So three components we require for this purpose. So if you want to download your ESXi image, you can Google from here, and you can Google it, ESXi 6.7 here, download ISO. As you click, you can see here I have already searched for it. So download ESXi 6.0 and other products from VmWare website. Here might be, you see Okay, I just click 6.0. Sorry, it's my mistake. I just type 6.7. So here you can see that vSphere hypervisor ESXi 6.7 by VmWare. So you can download from here the ISO image and the application which you require. Here I have already downloaded. Here you can see that I have already downloaded the VmWare hypervisor installer 6.7 with the cumulative updates. Okay, and if you have the USB, then you can download the Rufus application, which is used generally for building a USB as a bootable. So when I open this application, install this application on my server machine or client machine, so with the help of this application I can make my USB as a bootable device. So I just to click with here I can open the Rufus application as I have. Okay, I don't have, I didn't install, so for first I will just install it. Here you can see that, do you want to allow Rufus to check your application updates online? I don't need the updates, so here the application will be open. Okay, so here you can see that disk or ISO image, please insert it, select here from. Okay, and I went to my C partition, I have the software folder, and from here you can see that. Okay, and as now I need to insert my USB drive. Here you can see that I can select from here. So right now I don't inserted any USB device because we will go to install this ESXi version on my virtual machine. So that's why I have already set up my physical server, but for the demo purpose we are going to install this, so you can earn the skill how you can install the ESXi on your own machine. And when you inserted your USB, then just click on the ready button, and within few minutes your device will be your USB will be bootable, and just insert your bootable USB into your physical server, and from BIOS you can select boot from the USB, and then the installation process will be initiated as we will start in the coming session. So if you don't have this application, you can also make bootable your USB by the Microsoft command line tool, which is called diskpart, DIFK. Let me write over here for you. So you can also use diskpart for this purpose. So make your USB bootable with the help of ISO image, and then start the installation process. So let's move with the installation process of hypervisor 1. So for the purpose of ESXi 6.7 installation demo, I installed VmWare Workstation, and with the help of virtual machine, we will get the demo related to the installation. So let's start the process. Here we can select create a new virtual machine, a simple option. You have to select the custom. You can directly select the typical option, but I'm going with the custom option. Here you can see that hardware compatibility, the version is 15.x, so I have moved with the next machine. Here you can see that it's asking about the ISO image, which I have already stored on my C partition here. So I just select this ISO image from here. You can, it's already detected 6.x, it means 6.7. Or I can select also, I'll install the operating system later, but right now move with this. Okay, I just select the write the virtual machine name, and it must be identical. So VmWare ESXi 6.7 demo, right? And where I want to store this machine, I can just simply store it in my own profile. You can change the location from here. Let's move further. Select the types of number of processors. So by clicking, I just select the number of core processors 4, and right now here I select the memory amount just only 4 GB. When you installed your ESXi on your physical server, so definitely these all questions will be not yours, because right now we are working in a virtualization environment, so that's why they are asking about the memory and processor and these kinds of things. So here you can see that it's asking me about the networking options, so I just use the bridge networking and click next. It's a type of asking about the hard disk type or controller type, so I will go with the default options. Now hard disk type, again I'll select the default options and definitely create a new virtual disk. And size, I just select almost 20 GB because it's a mini type of operating system. I have already conveyed this to you. So we require a minimal amount of space on our SAS drive or SATA drives for the purpose of installing the hypervisor. So let's move further, and then the hard disk name is in the second session we got this point that all the virtual machines will be in the form of a file. So here you can see that the file will be VmWare ESXi 6.7 demo.vmdk, which is the extension. vmdk is the extension of VmWare virtual machine file. So I just click next, and here I can select power on this virtual machine after creation. I just checked on this option and finished it. As I finished, here you can see that the process will be initiated. Here loading ESXi installer, and here the process initiated. Now it's compiling the different files related to the hypervisor installation, and within few minutes this process will be completed. Here you can see that initializing scheduler, processor, each and everything, and the amount which we selected over here. You can see that 4 Intel processors, 4 GB of RAM, and VmWare ESXi 6.7 over here. And now it will go through number of processes, and showing here you can see that different components loaded successfully, and within a few minutes this installation process will be completed, and you can follow the same process with the help of bootable USB on your physical server. Here you can see that VmWare ESXi 6.7 installs. So if you want to continue it, just press enter, and definitely you have to be accept the license agreement. So for that purpose you have to enter the F11. I just click on my keyboard with the F11 key, and now it's scanning the process. It told me that the total capacity of your storage is 20 GB. Are you going to continue with the same? I said yes. Default language, asking about the language, so select as per your own region. Now it's asking me about the root password, as we installed other operating systems, so they are asking about the administrator password. So right now we have to use the root password here. So I'm going with the simple password, enter. So the installer is configured to install ESXi 6.7.0. Are you ready? Just press F11. So here I have go with the F11 option. So the process initiated, installing ESXi 6.7.0, 9% completed. Now it's process very simple, very fast, very smooth, and it's a tremendous kind of technology you can use in your virtualization infrastructure, and after that we will definitely go for the other vendors, especially Microsoft. So how can we install their hypervisor? Here the process is completed. You need to enter for the reboot process. So I'm just going to enter here. The server will be shut down and reboot, and you observe that with the minimal amount of processor and RAM, this process finished within few minutes, and now it's going for the booting process right now. Here we go. Now you can see that the process of installation which we initiated is completed, and now we are on our hypervisor ESXi 6.7.0, and the configuration we selected during the virtual machine configuration is 4 processors, 4 GB of RAM, and here below you can see that we have IP address for IPv4 and as well as for IPv6. We will definitely customize it for our own purposes in upcoming demos, but for till now we just to know how we can install this type 1 hypervisor on our infrastructure. So now we have to move for type 2 hypervisor and get the demo related to the type 2 hypervisor. Welcome back with another productive demo related to type 2 hypervisor. As in the introduction, I commit that the course will be 70-30 ratio. 70% will be hands-on skills and 30% will be theory. So on the same grounds we are going for the second demo. Now when we talk about the hypervisor, we get the basic concept that if you want to install type 2 hypervisor, it's for testing purpose, it's for demo purpose, or not recommended for industry. And this type of hypervisor don't have the capability to direct engage the underlying hardware of any system. So if you want to install type 2 hypervisor, for that purpose you need any kind of operating system. It might be Windows 8, it might be it might be Windows 10, or it might be any Linux application, or it might be server OS or server operating system. And in the same manner we have number of applications related to type 2 hypervisor. When we talk about VmWare, then VmWare introduces an application for type 2 category. It's called Workstation. VmWare Workstation. And when we talk about Microsoft type 2 hypervisor is called Virtual PC. Although right now Microsoft is not focused on the type 2 hypervisor because Microsoft knows that it's not required for enterprise networks, but initially Microsoft did this and introduces virtual PC for type 2 hypervisor. And when we talk about Oracle, so it introduces virtual box. So there are a number of applications which you can utilize in the category of type 2 hypervisor. Here in the previous demo, you see that I utilized the VmWare Workstation application, which is already installed on my desktop machine. Here you can see that I just can the demo of this. Here you can see that here VmWare ESXi 6.7 demo machine I have prepared on this machine, and you know the application is called VmWare Workstation. Here you can see that if I click on this start menu and just search for VmWare Workstation Pro. So this type now the VmWare Workstation Pro application is completely dependent on the operating system. If operating system does not exist, you cannot install this application on direct hardware. And if you want to go for other type 2 hypervisors, you can Google for it, and I can search for Oracle VirtualBox. Here you can see that Oracle VirtualBox is available for the purpose of type 2 hypervisor, and in the same manner you can also search for Microsoft Virtual PC. And now here you can see that, and you can also verify the date Feb 14 2011. So I have already told you that Microsoft is not focusedly working on the type 2 hypervisor, because this hypervisor is not recommended for the enterprises or production infrastructure. But still, for the testing purpose, you can utilize this application, and when you install the VmWare Workstation, you can create a number of virtual machines as I created in the previous demo. So I hope that till now you get the clear concept about the virtualization, about the hypervisors, about the type of hypervisors, and get the demo and your scope or your vision related to the virtualization technology is bit improved related to the certification program. So let's move further and get deep dive into further demo sessions related to the virtualization track. Welcome back. We get the basic idea about this technology. Now it's time comes to understand the basic benefits of virtualization. From the previous sessions, we get two major benefits. Number one is that our operating system is completely dependent on the hardware before the arrival of virtualization technology. So that was the major issue virtualization sorted out. So number one, now our operating system, our virtual machines completely independent from the hardware or underlying hardware or physical infrastructure. Second thing, when we implement this traditional, when we implement this virtualization technology on our this current infrastructure, here you can see in the image, in any type of enterprise data center, you will be feel the effect like this. The number of virtual machines will be the number of physical machines will be automatically reduced. When number of virtual machines reduced automatically, your IT staff or your IT team will be in a state of ease. Now they can easily administer the number of a limited number of physical machines. Previously, if you are handling 30 or 40 physical servers, right now you have only 5 to 10 physical servers. So by the reduction of physical server, the administration of the data center will be more easy for your IT staff. And you can also reduce your IT staff, because previously when you have a large number of infrastructure, so you need more number of team members. So when we talk about the benefits, it has numerous benefits, but initially number one, problem sorted out. Number two, easy administration. Number three, your budget. your budget related to the physical infrastructure procurement, related to your number of team members, related to you can say power consumption, related to the UPS, related to your energy side. So in all aspects your budget will be ultimately reduced almost 40 to 50% in any enterprise infrastructure or in any small and medium sized business. So we have tremendous benefits. You can save your number of resources by implementing this technology. So if you talk about number 4, your performance will be automatically increases because when you have limited number of machines, you can easily monitor them, you can customize them, you can easily migrate them according to the requirements of your application or operating system. So there are a number of tremendous benefits. So by implementing all these technologies, you not only increase your performance, but it will be easy for in aspect of administration, and also in the aspect of budget. Virtualization technology have tremendous benefits. So let's move further and explore more ideas what we have further. When we talk about the traditional infrastructure, you know that when you have large number of physical infrastructure and it gets failed, so again you require the budget. Here you can see that you require budget for it, and if something failed electrically in the sector of UPS or in the power section, again you need a huge amount of budget to make your IT operations better, smooth. And in the process of configuration and deployment and customization monitoring, you also required a huge amount of budget. So in all aspects, companies are more focused how they can save their budget in a convenient way. So most of the time everybody wants to save their money, to save their financial budgets if they are utilizing in the raw side of the IT infrastructure. So before virtualization technology, we have number of areas where companies invest their a large number of budget, but when it's come to the virtualization, all issues sorted out related to this. Here you can see in the coming slide, now you in all aspects related to the physical infrastructure, related to the operations, related to the configuration, monitoring, each and everything, you can save a large number of budget for your organization. So you save the money, you improve the administration, your IT team is in the state of ease. You can deploy number of applications, you can customize the things, you can get tremendous benefits from this technology. And one important thing, you can also, if I'm talking about virtualization, you can also save your time. And you know, time is money. When you have time, you can implement more security on your infrastructure, you can more focusedly customize your applications, you can make your IT operations more smoother than in past. And the last benefit, which is more important for IT infrastructure, is or like I can say best utilization of resources. That is another tremendous benefit of this technology. If I talk about the traditional infrastructure, you can say if you buy a physical server with the 16 GB 1 TB of the drive and 4 Ethernet cards and with other accessories. Now you implement your server operating system on it, and after that you implement your SQL application on that server. But after implementing the whole scenario, you notice that you monitor that your machine is only utilizing 40% of the processor and 30% of the memory, and your storage is also have more space. So now your 1 TB drive is totally bounded to that operating system, your 16 GB RAM is totally bounded, and the processor is as well. But when we talk about the virtualization, you know that this all underlying hardware is boxed under under the virtualization technology, or under the supervision of hypervisor. So by time, if you notice that this machine is require more resources, you just shut down the machine and allocate more resources. We will also look into this customization process in upcoming sessions. And if you notice that this machine have large number of RAM and large number of storage space and number of processors, so you can shut down the machine within few seconds. You reduce the number of processors, number of memory, and number of storage capacity. So virtualization brings the best utilization of resources to your infrastructure. So it not about that this virtualization technology only sorted out the basic issue, but it also comes with numerous benefits. So let's move further and explore other options related to the deployment and configuration of this virtualization industry. Welcome back. In the introduction of this course, I commit that we will follow comparative skills learning program. And in that scenario, we will cover two major vendors from virtualization industry. Number one is VmWare, and second major vendor is called Microsoft. Although VmWare is most senior in this industry, while Microsoft taking charge almost 8 or 10 years ago. So we will follow these two vendors related to the virtualization industry. Now, most of the time, students ask why we follow comparative skills learning program. Even on Udemy, no one is offering this kind of training strategy where they compare number of vendors related to their certification program. So at the start of my career, my mentor gives me an advice, and I want to share this advice with you here. My mentor said to me that, listen gentlemen, never be casual in learning skills, otherwise number of casualties will happen in your career. The motive behind this advice is that when you are doing certification program, or when you are going to learn any skills, you have to be focused and explore number of options in a limited time which you can, right? So when we talk about the comparative skills learning program, it has number of benefits, and I'm sharing here with you. Here, let me write for you. Here you can see that. When we talk about the comparative skills learning program, number one major benefit, don't become product specific. When most of the time we are going for the certification program, we get skills product specific. So due to this, we have limited scope of the product, we have limited scope of the industry. So that's why we follow the comparative skills learning program. Second important reason is have to be solution oriented. So you have to become a solution oriented. If you have a product specific knowledge, you cannot propose or produce number of solutions related to the IT infrastructure or IT industry. Third and most important thing related to your career and your career growth is that if you are a freelancer, if you are a consultant, or after a few years when you become when you go for the managerial position, so in that scenario you have to tackle your clients, you have to tackle your teams. So in that scenario, uh, you also need multiple platform knowledge. Let's say if you are a consultant and one of your client call you and ask you that we are going to plan virtualization infrastructure for our company. So what you suggest, if you have only scope related to the VMware, so obviously you will suggest that you have to deploy VMware in your IT infrastructure. But you know that VMware products are so expensive. Now client responds to you that products are so expensive, we have done our R&D and it's out of our budget, so is there any other solution? So here are the limitations, not only related to the proposal but related to the implementation, deployment, troubleshooting, design. So that's why when you plan for the managerial position, when you are a freelancer, when you are a consultant, so multiple platform skills are very fruitful for you. Number 4, and other important thing for your career is define your market value. You know that market acquiring those candidates or demanding those candidates which have multiple skills, which have productive skills. So when you have comparative studies, when you have comparative skills, so your market value in the IT industry will definitely more purposeful and more beneficial for you. Number 5 or last option, ideas are same, need to focus on product exploration. In the previous sessions, I discussed that when you work on the virtualization of VmWare, ESXi 6.7 or Microsoft Hypervisor or Citrix Xan server or Sangfor HCI, behind the scene platform is same. Applications are working in a same manner. They are just creating repositories of compute, memory, storage, networking, security related to the physical infrastructure. Now, what is your focus? You need to focus on the product exploration. Within a limited time, you can explore the product, so your industry scope and vision will be much wider than other candidates. So that's why we are following the comparative skills learning program first time on the platform of Udemy as well as on our own platforms. So let's move further and deep dive in the remaining demos which we discuss in our introductory session of this course. Welcome to all learners in the second phase of virtualization certification program. In the first phase, if I talk about lecture number 8 and 9, you can check there. We just installed ESXi 6.7 and just confirm that installation completed successfully. Right now, we have the same virtual machine ESXi 6.7 and we are going for customization process. Here you can see that on the downside, if you want to customize directly, you have limited number of options available. When you pressed F2 and then entered inside, there are a number of menus available, but they are limited. So you can customize from here. And the second option available here, if you want to restart or shut down your virtual guest ESXi 6.7 or any host machine related to the virtualization. So let's get into the customization process. Just press F2. I pressed over here. Here you can see that asking for the root password. Definitely from here you can configure number of options. So that's why for security reasons it's recommended that before going towards any deployment side you have to be asked for the password. Otherwise anyone, those who have physical access into the data center, they can just press the F2 and change a number of configuration related to the infrastructure. So that's why here we need to put the password which we configure during the installation. So here I just click, and again when here you can see that we have number of menus here. We have number of menus. Configure the password. If you want to change the password, here you can see that configure password. You can reset your password from here, and configure management network, restart management network, test the management network. So there are limited number of options, and you can see here another option is available, view system logs. So during the installation, if any kind of error occurs, so you can see from here. So here we have limited number of options related to the customization. So we just click on the downside. Let me go with the, here you can see that configure network management. Right now I get the address 192.168.0.103. If I want to configure it manually, I can change from here. I just click over here. Here you can see that there are number of options. IPv4 configuration. So definitely if you want to configure IPv4 as per your own requirement, because in the industry, here is the tip, in the industry, when you are going to configure your any virtualization servers, so they must be configured with the static IP address, because if you rely on the DHCP server, so whenever your machine is restarted, the address will be automatically changed. So that's why it's recommended according to the industry standards that these host IP addresses must be configured statically. So here you can see that I can change the IP address, but right now we are in the demo session, so we don't need. But still, if you want to change any address, here you can see that I just press the space bar, here option will be changed. Previously here, if I select this option, used dynamic IPv4 address and network configuration. So if I go for the manual, then I need to configure sorry, here you can see that. So now here, if I want to change the address, I can change from here, or if I want to change the subnet mask or default gateway or any other things, I can done number of things from here. So after that, I just want to enter and the configuration will be saved. And here you can see that my address is changed from 103 to 101. So if I want to change other important aspects, I can also change the subnet mask and default gateway and further configurations from here. And now IPv6 you can change from here, and DNS configuration. As you know that DNS is also playing an important role in the infrastructure side. So if you have a number of DNS configured, you can implement their IP addresses over here. So there are limited number of options where you can configure IP services. On the above side, we have also the VLAN, which is optional, but still if you want to isolate your own ESXi servers or virtualization servers, you can also configure your VLAN configuration from here. So here we just configure few parameters related to the IP configuration, but right now if you want to configure in detail, if you want to customize more option, we need a specific friendly user interface from where we can easily configure all the other options related to the virtual machines, deployment, customization, and all other aspects. So let's move further and know how can we configure further deployment options for ESXi 6.7 and vCenter servers. Hi, welcome back to all learners. Now we just got the basic customization options for ESXi 6.7. Right now we need a friendly user interface. Here you can see in the image here, we need a friendly user interface from where we can manage number of resources of physical infrastructure on which virtualization application like hypervisor is installed. So on the inside of the physical infrastructure, we have compute resources, we have storage, we have number of management tasks, we have networking options. So these all options need to be configured, and for that purpose we need a friendly user interface to implement the concept of virtual machines, to implement the concept of interconnectivity, storage areas, and all the aspects which make this infrastructure operational. So if we move further, you can also see that, let me clear all these things. So if we move further, so we just want to configure our ESXi server like this to implement virtual machines to increase the performance. Let me highlight it for to increase the performance, to save our time, management and deployment of the virtual machines, and other storage areas configuration. So for that purpose, most of the time we use browser services. We open the web browser and then put the IP address of our ESXi server. So if I go for the configuration for detail here, you can see that we can we need to open the web browser. It might be Chrome, it might be Internet Explorer, it might be Firefox, and there you can implement, you just put the IP address of your ESXi virtual host and then start the whole configuration. So let's get another productive demo related to the connectivity of ESXi server with our web browser. So let's move further. Welcome back. So let's begin with the deployment scenarios related to the virtualization. I have already configured my ESXi server with the high specs, with more processors, with the high amount of memory and storage capacity. And if I go for the configuration, you must have to know that the demo server which I have configured, for which IP address is 192.168.0.101. So it's the demo server which we prepare for our deployments related to the virtual machines and other aspects. So let's open the web browser again and connect with this high specs machine for further deployment. So I just need to open my web browser over here and put this IP address over here 101 and just enter. So here, let me remove this IP address from here and click on the advanced button and proceed to unsafe. Here again with the same manner I have connected after username and password implementation. So I just put my password over here. Here you can see that right now I have 16 GB of memory and 8 CPUs with more advanced configuration. Okay, and here you can get the summary related to this host machine which I have configured for the demo stations. Right now, in the same manner, if we start from the top, you can see that I have host portion where I can manage and monitor. So when I click on those buttons, when I click on the manage button, here you can see that I have a number of options related to the host configuration. Now here you can see that you are getting the detailed information about the system, and here is the hardware information, what type of hardware is available, what are the power management options over here. Okay, if you want to implement the change policy, definitely right now we are just getting the intro of configuration options. So here the licensing option, definitely right now we are in the trial version, so we don't have any license to implement over here for the demo session. But in industry, when you are going to implement virtualization technology in your own infrastructure, in your own company, you have to buy the product. Right now you can see that we have a evaluation mode, and the key is not implemented while it will be expire on April 23, 2020 at this time. And what kind of packages available right now? With here you can see that a number of packages available which we installed during the ESXi deployment. And here we also get the services option. Right now the basic direct console UI service is running, and other VM syslog service is running, while other services are stopped because we did not implement yet. Here you can get the example. Right now we did not configure anything, so you can see that SSH services is stopped. SSH is basically a remote protocol which is used for the remote connectivity with the ESXi host. So we did not implement the SSH. So here you can see that the service is still in the state of stop. So whenever we implement all these servers, here you can see that SNMP server, simple network management protocol. This server is basically implement, or this service is basically implement for the purpose of getting errors and store at a central location for the for building the log repositories in our infrastructure. So we still did not implement it, so that's why it's in the stop state. Here you can also see the NTP network time protocol is also stopped. Active Directory services not implemented. So those services which are not implemented are in the state of stop, while few services are running. So as we go with the deployment process and we install the Active Directory, ESXi, and all these configuration parameters, so definitely they will change their state from red to green or make their self operational. Okay. Here you can also see another important option, security and user. So right now we are working on the host side, which we installed. Let me clear this. Here you can see that if I want to see the list of users, only a single user is available, which is root, is which have the role of administrator. As we installed the Windows operating system, so we get the default user, and the default user is administrator or a guest. So here root user have the role of administrator, while we can also see the options of certificates. Right now we did not implement any kind of certificate over here, so that's why this option is not applicable. And here you can see the roles. There are number of roles: administrator, anonymous, no access, no cryptography, read only, and view. But we can implement a number of other options when we start the deployment process. Okay, so there are few parameters related to the host ESXi host. and on the downside you can also see the monitor button, from where you can monitor performance of the ESXi host, resource utilization related to the storage media, related to the memory, processor, any kind of errors related to the services. So all these options are implemented from here, and you can also configure virtual machine, storage, networking, and all the parameters which you want to implement for your own infrastructure. And you can configure a number of ESXi host from here. In past, if I talk about past scenarios, like if I talk about ESXi 5.5 or ESXi 5.0, at that time we have vSphere client side executable file which we installed over there, and then whenever we want to connect with the ESXi host, we just click on the vSphere client button. It will be open, and then we put the IP address, username, and password. But as new versions of ESXi releases as 6.5 or 6.7, they obsolete the client side option or obsolete the client application for the purpose of connectivity. Right now you have the HTML client which you can access from the web browser. So there is no other options for the ESXi host configuration. So it's a major change from 5.5 to ESXi 6.7. So in the previous versions, vSphere client side is available, but right now you have an HTML client and you can access it from the web browser and deploy a number of options related to the configuration. Welcome back. Before proceeding further with other number of advanced demos, I just want to share a comparison sheet related to the VmWare ESXi different versions. So right now we have three versions: vSphere 6.0, vSphere 6.5, while vSphere 6.7, on which right now we are working. Before these versions, there are other versions also available which include 5.0, 5.5, and previous versions. If you want to get detail for those versions, the detailed document is also attached with this training program. So you can go through all the documents and get more detailed information if you are interested. Here you can see, I just want to discuss the major options related to the features of the ESXi 6.7. Here you can see the more attractive option related to the performance optimization, which introduces for the first time in ESXi 6.7, is called non-volatile memory. It's also known as persistent memory, or in a short form we call it PMEM. Due to this feature, the performance of ESXi host and virtual machines increases amazingly, and its support is also in a larger amount. It's 1 TB, and before, in the previous version, these options are not available. So it's a tremendous option related to the performance optimization and performance enhancements related to ESXi 6.7. Here you can see that there are other number of options, but here you can see that fault tolerance is available for different versions of ESXi, but virtual machine per virtual memory per virtual machine, here you can see the amount in the both previous versions are same, 64 GB, but when we talk about the 6.7, it's amazing. Now virtual memory per virtual machine can be up to 128 GB. So it's a tremendous feature related to the virtual machine and fault tolerance related to the deployment scenarios in the enterprise industry. Here you can see also virtual CPU supports. Previously we have just only 4 processors or 4 virtual CPUs supported. Right now we have 8. So there are tremendous options. RAM per fault tolerant VM. Here you can see that 128 GB. Logical CPUs per host. Here 768. So number of options available when we upgrade our existing ESXi from 6.0 or from 6.5 to 6.7. So there are other tremendous options. If you are interested, you can go through the document and you will get all the detailed information with the number of comparison sheets. Here you can see maximum RAM per host. Right now we are talking about the ESXi host. Previously it was 6 TB, and in 6.5 it was 12 TB, but right now it's tremendous. It's right now in ESXi host machine we have 16 TB of RAM supported, which is a huge amount of memory. So when you are preparing for the exam, here is the exam tip for you. When you are preparing for the exam, you must have to go through all these options, because there are a number of questions will be available in the exam related to this comparison sheet. That is the important thing related to the exam. The other important thing related to the industry, when you are preparing yourself for the interview, when you are proposing some kind of project, or if you are going for with the client meetings, so you have to be prepared with all these new features related to the ESXi 6.7. So industry is also required this information, and for prepare for the exam you definitely need all these quick reviews related to the VmWare products. Welcome back after comparison of different virtual machine, different ESXi versions related to the virtualization infrastructure. Right now, we get the basic concepts and we are ready to configure or to create the first virtual machine in our own infrastructure. So let's move and start the process of creating the virtual machine. So I have my web browser connected with my ESXi host machine. So here are the options. Now you can see that virtual machines are in number 0. So if you want to create the virtual machines, we have this option, create or register virtual machine. So I just click on this button. Here you can see that create a new virtual machine. Okay, and the second option is deploy a virtual machine from OVF or OVA file. We will definitely utilize these options when we get the basic information related to the virtual machine deployment. And register an existing virtual machine. That is the important thing. That is the important option. In the introduction sessions of the virtualization, I told you that whenever we create the virtual machine, these virtual machines are in the form of file, and their file extension was VmDK. So whenever your physical machine get faulty, its motherboard get failed, or its Ethernet card get failed, or any storage media get failed, you can just get your virtual machine from there and just import over here. So if you have an existing virtual machine and you want to add in your new infrastructure on in your new ESXi host, you can also utilize this option. But right now we don't have any existing virtual machine, so we will go with the first option, create a new virtual machine. So then click on the next button. Here click the name, specify the unique name and OS. So here if you are working in the demo session, it's simple, you can put the name XYZ ABC or anything else, but make your practice on the demo stations, because when you are creating virtual machines in the industry, it must be identical in case of name with a specific operating system identity. So let's see, I'm going to plan with the deployment of a domain controller for our own infrastructure, and I'm using operating system server 2016. So how can I use the name? So here VM1 virtual machine 1 domain controller server 2016. I can put this identical name, so during the documentation when I will work in future on my ESXi host, so it will be identical for me. Or if I left the organization, other people join this, or they are working in number of other shifts, so they can easily identify from its name that for which purpose we create this virtual machine. So here is the thing, compatibility, definitely we need to select ESXi 6.7 virtual machine. If you have other ESXi host like 6.0 or 5.5, then you have to select the back version, because if you select the 6.7, then the previous versions will not be supported. So that's why it's a time to take the decision. You are going to upgrade all your ESXi host, or you are going to configure your all ESXi host with the 6.7. So it's good. Otherwise, if you have previously older versions like 6.5 or 6.0, so you have to select ESXi 6.0 with the backward compatibility. Otherwise, if you have all the newest version of ESXi host, select 6.7, we don't have any issue. Guest OS family, definitely you are going to create the virtual machine, so which operating system you want to install on this virtual machine. Here you select the category, it might be Linux, it might be Mac OS, other, and Windows. So I'm going to install the Windows operating system, and then here select the guest OS version. So when I select the Windows operating system, there are number of options available here. So from here I just select server 2016 64-bit or any other version which I want to install. So I just select this version. Okay, and enable Windows virtualization based security. When you click this option, the virtualization security parameters will be automatically implemented on this virtual machine. So I go with the simple options. Right now I have a data store which configured with this ESXi host. It might be your SAS drive, it might be your SSD or NVMe storage. So right now I have a 32 GB of storage media available where I can store my virtual machine. And here you can see the option of persistent memory, which I just discussed in the previous section, that this persistent memory option is used for performance optimization, and they have dedicated type of storage media by HP, Dell, and other vendors. So if you have this type of memory, so then you can also configure the persistent memory option with your virtual machine for performance optimization. Otherwise you can go with the standard option. So I don't have right now, I will go with the standard option and then select next. When I select the next, it told me that now select your hardware specs for your virtual machine, which was in the previous sessions we discussed that hypervisor is capable to create repositories in a sense of virtual machine. So right now time comes up, and then we are going to discuss how can we select our hardware requirements related to this virtual machine. So here is the CPU. So I just select the 4 number of CPUs for this, and for memory it's 4 GB enough for me. And what about the hard disk? I just select 20 GB. Okay, and then I select the data store one. If I have multiple data stores, then I can browse from here. But right now I just have a single data store, so that's why single drive for virtual machine storage. So I will go with the default option. Here, from here I can select thin provision, thick provision, and thick provision eagerly zeroid. Okay, I will go with the thin provision. Right now it's not time to discuss these types. I will spend other session on it and will discuss in detail what is the real meaning of thick, thin provisions related to the hard disk selection or related to your storage media selection. So right now go with the default options, all other options, okay, and select next. All parameters are summarized over here. You can see from here, and if you want to change anything else, go back and change the things. Otherwise, click on the finish option, and within a few seconds your virtual machine will be created over here. Here you can see that. Here you can see that virtual machine is created. VM Domain Controller Server 2016. Now in upcoming session we will go and explore other options related to the customization of this virtual machine. So let's move further and get deep dive into the implementation options of virtual machine. Welcome back. So now virtual machine is created with the name of VM1 Domain Controller Server 2016, and now we will proceed with the operating system installation on it. So for the purpose of installation we require the ISO image for this virtual machine. So I have already copied this ISO image on my storage drive. Here you can see, you can review from here. Here you can see that server 2016. Okay, so I just need to upload this ISO image on ESXi host, and then from that location I will install server 2016 operating system. So let's go to the storage. Here you can see that I have a storage, and here by default I have a single data store. So I just click on that data store and data store browser. So I open the data store browser. Here you can see that one folder is already created, VM1 domain controller, which contain all the VM files. We will definitely look into these all files, but right now we are going to create a separate folder in which we will upload the ISO image. So here in the data store we will create the directory, and the directory name will be ISO. Okay, so here I select the ISO directory and click on the upload button. As I click, here you can see that Microsoft Server 2016 ISO is available, and from here the process initiated. Here you can see that one file process initiated, and as I get to refresh, here you can see that now the process of uploading ISO image initiated over here, and within few minutes this process will be done. So by following this process you can upload the number of files as per your own requirement. It might be server 2008, 2012, 2016, 2019, whatever you required, you can initiate the process. So I'm going to pause this session over here, and this process will be done, and then we will proceed the operating system installation in the upcoming session. Welcome back. So now from here you can verify that Microsoft Server 2016 ISO image is uploaded. Now we can proceed with the VmWare virtual machine installation process. So let's get further with the installation of a virtual machine operating system. I just click on the virtual machine. Here I got the domain controller server 2016 virtual machine which we created previously. So for proceeding with the installation, you have to right click on this machine and click on the edit setting option. From now, just scroll down below, and here you can see that CD or DVD drive. So we will not use the host drive physically. If you want to use this option, you can, but we have another option, Datastore ISO file here. Okay, so from here we go to the ISO folder, and from here we select the ISO image, right, and just click on this option. When you start, when you power on your virtual machine, then this device will detect that Datastore ISO file has already attached to this virtual machine, and booting process will be initiated by this ISO image. If you did not click this connect option, then your machine will search during the booting process for different options related to the booting, like DVD or Ethernet card or other hard drive options. When you select this option, then the booting process will be buttery smooth with ISO image. So just save this option, click on this machine, and here you get the power on button. So just power on it or double click on this machine, or just on a single click, here the process will be initiated. Here you can see that the process initiated and now loading files from our ISO image, and installation process initiated, and within a few minutes the installation process will be done. So this is the simple process how you can get your ISO image with the Datastore of the ESXi, and then further proceed with the installation. Okay, so I'll continue this installation in offline mode, and we will proceed further. Welcome back to all. Now installation process has been done, and if you want to log into this virtual machine, just click on this action button, and a number of menus will be appear in front of you. Now if you click on the power option, here you can see that you can power off the virtual machine, you can suspend or reset the virtual machine, and below this option you can also find the guest OS. In the previous sessions, when we are discussing about the hypervisor, I told you that hypervisor operated as a host operating system. Hypervisor consider itself as a host, while all the virtual machines which created inside the host is considered guest OS. So that's why the guest OS option appeared over here. And if you follow these options, here you can see that send keys, and you have to click on the Control Alt Del option, so you will be able to log into this machine. Now I have to log into this virtual machine. After implementing the password, here I need to type my password, and now the login process initiated. Here we logged in, and server manager appear, and number of menus related to the Microsoft operating system will be appear over here. I need to close these all options and just need to verify the installed operating system version. I can open here a command line and type the command VmWare, so you can verify the server 2016 is installed over here. But you can see that here on the downside, you see that the Ethernet card is disconnected. It means that it shows this virtual machine is not connected with our virtual infrastructure right now. So if anyone wants to remote desktop to this machine or want to share any kind of resources on this, so it will be not applicable, because right now this machine is not connected with the virtual infrastructure. So we will go and customize this virtual machine different options, and then this machine will be capable to connect with other virtual machines. So we need to shut down this virtual machine for the purpose of customization. So same option available here. We need to shut down it. Here we shut down the virtual machine. It will take almost 5 to 10 seconds more for the purpose of going in a shutdown mode. So it's going in a shutting down state. Okay. Now if I click on this action button, here you can see that edit setting option. I can also select this option for customizing this virtual machine, or I can, if I close this option, then another option of power on, and in the same sequence here is the action button available for the purpose of customization. So same option, okay, you can get from here and just click on this button. And from now here you can see that if I want to connect its Ethernet adapter, here you can see that this check is not selected over here. So that's why this machine is completely disconnected from our infrastructure. So now when I power on this virtual machine, it will be connected with my network infrastructure, and if I want to change the number of processors from here, I can also change the number of processors here. So if I select the number of processors 5, if I can increase the size of the hard drive, so here you can see that I just type 35 GB over here, or I can add the SATA controllers or USB controllers, or each and everything which I want to connect here. I can customize this virtual infrastructure from this from these menus. And from if I want to add more network adapters, I can also add further network adapters from here. So I just click on the save button. Okay, VmWare domain controller was successfully reconfigured. So it means that all the configurations will be accepted over here, and now we need to power on this virtual machine and verify that all these new settings implemented on this virtual machine or not. So let's go and verify the things which we customize right now. So let's power on this virtual machine. Now we will verify number of things. Here you can see that this machine booting process initiated again, and now we will verify all the customization options which we implemented a few seconds ago as this machine boot process completed. So again, if you want to log into this virtual machine, then I need to click on the action button and guest OS, send keys, Control Alt Del, and I need to put the password. Sorry, I did not click over here, so I need to type the password again. Now this login process verified, and here you can see that now this virtual machine is capable to connect with our virtual infrastructure. That's good thing. I need to click yes, I want to connect this virtual machine with our network infrastructure. Now you can see that it's working properly, rocking. And if I want to verify the size of the hard drive or storage, I can verify from here. Here you can see that still it's not showing the space. So if you want to cater the whole space which you customized previously, so you go with the administrative tools, or you can type the command over here by using, let me show you. If you want to get the remaining space detail information, so here you can put the command. So increased size of the virtual machine, you have to be verified from here as well, because here you can see that. Now if you look at this, it's showing that the total space of this hard drive is 35 GB. It's tremendous. And if you want to include the remaining space into the C partition, you just have to click over here and extend the volume. So here I just click on the next button, next, and finish. It's simple. Now if you go to the computer, my computer option, here you can see that, just get the refresh it, and here now 34.5 GB of space is available. And we also increase the amount of processor over here. So okay, I can also verify from here. Just I can right click on the properties, and here you can see that number of processors are increases over here. Here you can see that 5 processors. At initial when we configure this virtual machine, we just select the 4 processors, but after that we increase one number of processor over here, so the size the number of processors are also increased over here. So by that way you can configure a number of virtual machine options. You can customize other numerous option as per your own requirement. You can increase the type of resources, you can add the resources, you can remove the resources, you can allocate as per operating system requirement, as per application requirement. But before that, you need to monitor your application. You can monitor via task manager or by other applications. So if any machine demanded further memory or processor or any other resource, you can easily edit it. Okay, let's go further and explore other configuration option with virtual machines. Welcome back. So we just get the basic idea about the customization of virtual machine. If you want to explore further option, you can again click on the edit button. Here you can see that again the same window appear in front of you, and if you want to add any other type of device, just click add other device. Here you can see that a number of storage advanced storage options available here. You can add the NVMe controllers, you can add the SATA controllers or the SCSI controllers or DVD or floppy drives. There are tremendous options available related to the virtual machine customization. And if you want to add any other hard disk, you can add from here. So if one hard drive is previously configured with your virtual machine and now you needed another one, so you can add from here. And with the same process, you can also create the network adapters, add network adapters from here. Now on the other side, we have the VM options. For the purpose of customization, we need to click on this option, and here you can see that other customization options related to the virtual infrastructure also available. On the first side, when we look at the journal options, here when we configure this virtual machine, we configure the virtual machine name, we configure the Datastore location, guest OS, and each and everything. So if you want to customize it, or if you want to change after the installation, you can configure from here. And if I go to the VmWare remote console connection, here you can see that log the guest operating system when the last remote user disconnects. So most of the time user logged in with the remote desktop connection, and after that they forgot to log out. They just disconnect disconnect the session. So when you checked on this option after the disconnection of the last user, this ESXi hypervisor will automatically lock the guest operating system. So for security reasons, this is a tremendous option. You must have to be configure it for the purpose of security. So I just click on this button whenever my user forget to log out from my guest operating system. So this ESXi hypervisor will automatically lock the system for the purpose of security. Here you can see that limit the number of simultaneous connections to this virtual machine. It might be 2, 3, 4 or 5. So if it depends on number of team members, so I just here put the number of 3, that I have 3 administrators or virtualization engineers. So that's why for the purpose of security reason, I also need to configure this option. On the same side, we will go with the VmWare tools later, but right now here you can see that power options available. You can also configure number of power options related to the virtual infrastructure and what will be the behavior on standby with the ESXi infrastructure. And on the downside, when I go to the boot option, here you can see that BIOS option is selected over here. If you want to select the advanced startup options, you can also click on this button, and here UEFI boot option is also available. So it's up to your hardware infrastructure. It selected the BIOS option, which was the legacy system, or if you want to utilize the advanced system, you can select from here. And the same force BIOS setup process, so you need to check on it, and there are other tremendous options available for the purpose of customization. But one thing which is really important related to the virtual infrastructure, you need to check this enable virtualization based security. So the security options which were recommended by the VmWare will be automatically implemented by selecting this option. So there are number of, here you can see that EFI secure boot and hardware virtualization will be enabled on the reboot. When we reboot this machine, this all security features will be implemented to this virtual infrastructure. So you have to verify your organization requirement. You have to verify the security parameters related to the virtualization infrastructure, and you need to implement the industry standards whenever you are working with the enterprise data center or virtualization infrastructure. So I hope that you get all the basic customization ideas related to the virtual infrastructure. So let's move further and get more information about this ESXi virtual infrastructure. Welcome back. So we just get the basic idea about the customization of virtual machine. If you want to explore further option, you can again click on the edit button. Here you can see that again the same window appear in front of you, and if you want to add any other type of device, just click add other device. Here you can see that a number of storage advanced storage options available here. You can add the NVMe controllers, you can add the SATA controllers or the SCSI controllers or DVD or floppy drives. There are tremendous options available related to the virtual machine customization. And if you want to add any other hard disk, you can add from here. So if one hard drive is previously configured with your virtual machine and now you needed another one, so you can add from here. And with the same process, you can also create the network adapters, add network adapters from here. Now on the other side, we have the VM options. For the purpose of customization, we need to click on this option, and here you can see that other customization options related to the virtual infrastructure also available. On the first side, when we look at the journal options here, when we configure this virtual machine, we configure the virtual machine name, we configure the data store location, guest OS, and each and everything. So if you want to customize it, or if you want to change after the installation, you can configure from here. And if I go to the VmWare remote console connection, here you can see that log the guest operating system when the last remote user disconnects. So most of the time user logged in with the remote desktop connection, and after that they forgot to log out. They just disconnect the session. So when you checked on this option after the disconnection of the last user, this ESXi hypervisor will automatically log the guest operating system. So for security reasons, this is a tremendous option. You must have to be configure it for the purpose of security. So I just click on this button whenever my user forget to log out from my guest operating system. So this ESXi hypervisor will automatically log the system for the purpose of security. Here you can see that limit the number of simultaneous connections to this virtual machine. It might be 2, 3, 4 or 5. So if it depends on number of team members, so I just here put the number of 3, that I have 3 administrators or virtualization engineers. So that's why for the purpose of security reason, I also need to configure this option. On the same side, we will go with the VmWare tools later, but right now here you can see the power options available. You can also configure number of power options related to the virtual infrastructure and what will be the behavior on standby with the ESXi infrastructure. And on the downside, when I go to the boot option, here you can see that BIOS option is selected over here. If you want to select the advanced startup options, you can also click on this button, and here UEFI boot option is also available. So it's up to your hardware infrastructure. It selected the BIOS option, which was the legacy system, or if you want to utilize the advanced system, you can select from here. And the same force BIOS setup process, so you need to check on it, and there are other tremendous options available for the purpose of customization. But one thing which is really important related to the virtual infrastructure, you need to check this: enable virtualization based security. So the security options which were recommended by the VmWare will be automatically implemented by selecting this option. So there are a number of, here you can see that EFI secure boot and hardware virtualization will be enabled on the reboot. When we reboot this machine, this all security features will be implemented to this virtual infrastructure. So you have to verify your organization requirement. You have to verify the security parameters related to the virtualization infrastructure, and and you need to implement the industry standards whenever you are working with the enterprise data center or virtualization infrastructure. So I hope that you get all the basic customization ideas related to the virtual infrastructure. So let's move further and get more information about this ESXi virtual infrastructure. Welcome back. Till now we learned number of skills and theoretical concepts related to the virtualization infrastructure. And as we go further, we will definitely explore Microsoft Hypervisor during this certification program. And right now we have done with number of customization options, and our virtual machine is working perfectly. But when I look at my ESXi web browser, here I got the option. Let me highlight it for you. Here you can see that VmWare tool is not installed. So question raises, what is VmWare tools? Actually, VmWare tools are a kind of add-on which is stand between your virtual machine and your hypervisor. So sometime when you create the virtual machine, install the operating system, your input devices are not working perfectly, like your keyboard or your mouse clicks are not working perfectly, or your shutdown buttons are not available, or graceful shutdown options are not available. So for that purpose, if you want that your virtual machine infrastructure is completely integrated with the ESXi 6.7 or any other version, you need to install VmWare tools for the purpose of perfect integration with virtualization infrastructure. So the process is very simple. If you want to install the VmWare tools, here is the option available. You can click on the action button, right? Or go with the guest OS, and you see that installed VmWare tools option available. Installed VmWare tools. You can also install VmWare tools from here, same menu. Here you can see that as I click on the, here you can see that these mouse cursors are not working perfectly just because of VmWare tools. So I just click on this option, installed VmWare tools. As I click here, within few seconds, you will see that now here VmWare tools mounted over here, and I just click on it and installed or run program from your media. I just click on the option. Now VmWare tool installation process initiated, and now this virtual machine will be completely integrated with our ESXi within few seconds with the simple installation steps. Here we will follow the installation steps. Now next, here you can select the complete option or the custom option. I will go with the typical option and finish. So with a while this installation process of VmWare tools completed, now it's copying the new files for the purpose of integration. Here you can see that installing the drivers, starting the services. So installing the video driver, here you can see that just for the purpose of compatibility, here is screen a bit changed from the previous, removing the backup files, and now it will shows the complete status. Now this click the finish button to exit the VmWare tools installation process. So it will require the reboot process as you installed video drivers on your physical server or any kind of audio driver. So in the same manner, this machine will require the reboot. So we will go with the reboot. So by this way, you can integrate your virtual machine infrastructure with your ESXi by installing the VmWare tools. So I hope that you get the basic idea how you install the VmWare tools. Now let's move further and explore other options related to our virtual infrastructure. Now this machine boot process completed and VmWare tools integrated with it. Welcome back. We explore number of options related to the virtualization infrastructure, and now time comes that we have to understand another tremendous option related to this virtualization industry. And here when we click on the action button, you can see that snapshot available here. Now users definitely surprised that what will happen when we implement this option and what going with the snapshot configuration. So let's understand the real concept of snapshot, because it is really tremendous option when you are working in any kind of enterprise level virtualization infrastructure, or working on corporate projects, or in any kind of you can say small and medium-sized business. So this option having tremendous benefits for virtualization team which are working on the technical side. So here you're done with the operating system installation, you have done with the updates. Right now your team lead convey you that you have to install a SQL server on your virtual infrastructure. You go with the SQL server installation, but unfortunately you get failed with the installation process. And now there are number of temporary file exist in the C partition, and now you go and uninstall the failed SQL server installation with number of components, but unfortunately this uninstallation process of the SQL server get failed again. Now it's like the nightmare where all the things mashed up with each other. You will go with the manual process, you go with the registry editing options, you go with the manual deletion options, but in this situation definitely you cannot get your machine or virtual machine healthy. So in that scenario you can utilize the snapshot option. What this option done for you, basically when you click on the snapshot and click on the option tag snapshot, so what will be happen after clicking on the tag snapshot button, this ESXi environment will create a snapshot for you as a repository, as a reference repository related to your fresh installation with updates. When you take the snapshot after operating system installation and updates, now you can you go with the SQL server installation or any other deployment which you are doing for your infrastructure. And whenever installation get failed or any kind of error occurred, you can easily revert to the previous state by clicking just one button. So that is the tremendous option. You don't go for the troubleshooting, you don't waste your time, because it's a system critical applications, and you want to make your IT operations buttery smooth. So in that scenario where you want to go with any kind of change, especially in the production environment, so you have to utilize this snapshot option. It will take a snap as a reference and save it in ESXi 6.7 or any other version, and whenever your deployment, your newer deployment or upgradation get failed, you can easily revert the process. So basically a snapshot process, a snapshot option is used for reverting what you just you can say your newer changes get failed, or you messed up thing related to the upgradation or any other scenarios related to the industry. So you have to utilize it, and whenever you are going for any upgradation or a new installation, or especially on the production server, so you have to implement it. So it's very simple. Just click on the tag snapshot option, put the identical name over here. Let's say snap before SQL deployment, or you can also use snap before Windows updates, whatever you want. So you can use the identical name, so it will be really useful when you are going for reverting your configuration. So snap before SQL server deployment, okay, and just click take the snapshot. You can also mention in description any date or any kind of other information which you want here. So just click on the take snapshot button and process will be initiated. Here you can see that this process is ongoing, and within few seconds Now you can see that the snapshot process here, you can see that create a snapshot process completed successfully. Now you have a reference of your bare metal configuration related to the virtual infrastructure. Now it's your wish what you want to do with this virtual machine. You can do, you can mess up the things, you can install, uninstall each and everything, every option you can implement over here. And if you get failed at any stage, you can easily revert by just clicking a single button. Here we go with the action button again, click on the snapshot, and here you can see that restore snapshot. So when you click on the restore button, so it will definitely go with the simple option and restore your virtual machine into previous state. So I hope that you get the basic concept about the snapshots. So whenever you are going to plan any kind of upgradation or any kind of implementation of new applications in your virtual infrastructure, you must have to utilize the snapshot options for your virtual infrastructure. Hello and welcome to all of you. Right now we have done with the 3 phases related to the virtualization comparative skill learning program. So we have done with the first part, virtualization basic concepts, and we have already summarized it. Now in the second and third phase, we have done fundamentals of deployments related to the configuration, installation, customization, and deployment features related to the ESXi 6.7, and gather all the theoretical concepts and demo sessions, and done the demo sessions which we require for gaining the skills related to the virtualization industry. In the third phase, we done a number of demos related to the virtual machine implementation. We create the virtual machines, we done with the operating system installation, we done a number of tasks related to the customization of the virtual machine, and at the end we get the concepts of snapshots and remote desktop connectivity related to the virtual machine infrastructure. Till now we have done number of options related to the virtualization platform. Now time comes up that we need to explore that idea which we discussed in the intro session of this certification program. So at the early introduction of this training program, I committed that we will definitely explore Microsoft products related to the virtualization. So let's get into the exploration idea of Microsoft Hyper-V, and you will be surprised that there are a number of features or number of tools, or you can say tools of trade related to the virtualization certification are same. So let's get into the deep dive of exploring the Microsoft Hyper-V. So let's move on. Welcome back to all of you, and let's start the journey of exploring Microsoft hypervisor related to the virtualization industry. At the initial era of the virtualization, we must have to know that initially VmWare done number of tremendous job in the field of virtualization, and produces number of valuable products in all aspects related to the high availability or data protection or fault tolerance or live migration and related to the security. But a decade ago or 8 years ago, another big competitor of the VmWare comes into the market, which is already exist from last 2 decades, but not active in the field of virtualization. And you know, I'm talking about Microsoft. So right now in this field, the biggest competitor of VmWare in the field of virtualization is, you know, Microsoft, and Microsoft hypervisor is called Hyper-V. Right now Microsoft product is not as much you can say mature when we compare with the VmWare, but still Microsoft producing tremendous tools and features and products related to the virtualization technology. And in last 5 to 6 years Microsoft almost cover 40% shares 40% share of the virtualization industry. So VmWare exists from last 2 decades, while Microsoft just come 8 years ago. But right now till date in the last year 2019, if you got different surveys on the Google, you can easily identify that 40% shares related to the virtualization industry now in hands of Microsoft, because Microsoft producing tremendous products related to the virtualization, as well as products related to the virtualization are more cost effective. When we talk about the smaller companies, they have limited budget related to the implementation, so that's why Microsoft products are more suitable for them. And definitely enterprises are also procuring Microsoft Hyper-V and integrating in their virtualization infrastructure. So the biggest competitor right now in the industry for VmWare is Microsoft, and you have to explore their features within a limited time period. I will also compare as previously I compare ESXi different versions. For in the coming session I will definitely compare Microsoft Hyper-V and ESXi features, so you can get more summarized knowledge related to their industry products, their features, and all kinds of products which they are right now using in the market. So let's begin the exploration journey related to the Microsoft Hyper-V. So I just get connected with the Microsoft Server 2016 product here. Let me clear with you. Here you can see that. Let me clear the previous one so it will not disturbing you. Here you can see that if I get the operating system information, so I just click WmWare command as we previously used. Here you can see that I have Windows Server 2016 product. You can install 2012 product because Hyper-V is also available there with limited features. But when we talk about Windows Server 2016, its Hyper-V is more mature than 2012 and having number of remarkable features related to the security, performance optimization, high availability, cluster infrastructure. So that's why 2016 is more mature. And when we talk about 2019, so it has tremendous features related to the security. So I'm not committing here that I'll give you comparison of Hyper-V of 2016 and 2019, but I'll try my best during this session. I'll share a sheet with you or attach the document with this training program, so you get the better idea where Microsoft is going in the field of virtualization and how focusedly Microsoft working with the Server 2016 and Server 2019 products, specifically when we look into the Hyper-V or virtualization scenario. So if we want to add the hypervisor in the Server 2016 or 2012 or 2019, the process is almost same. So I just click on the OK button, and here click on the start menu, and here you can see that I have an option related to the server manager. I just open this option or click on this option. Server manager will be appear on my desktop, and from here you can see that I have the manage option. I click on the manage option. Process is very simple. Here we go, add roles and features. So I just need to add the role of hypervisor, which is very simple process. Then start with the role based or feature based installation. Definitely I need the role based or feature based installation. I will skip remote desktop services installation because I need the role of hypervisor. Here you can see that it's showing me that your server IP address is this and its name, and now I click on the Hyper-V option. Okay, for a while I'll cancel it. Here you can see that we have a number of roles in this server product. It's beyond the scope of this certification program to discuss all these roles. So right now I have tightly engaged with hypervisor, so I click on this option, and it's showing that this role required other add-on features. So I'll click on the add features. Definitely add all these components, and within a few seconds when we finalize the things, I'll click next, and this Hyper-V role will be installed on my server machine. Here you can see that it's now selected, and I click on the next button. Here you can see that it's showing that a .NET framework 3.5 and other features are required. I don't care about them. Go with the same features. Next, and he told me that which Ethernet you want to engage with this hypervisor. So the default Ethernet is available over here. So I click on it and click next. All right, with the same features. Here you can see that it's mentioning that the default location for virtual machine hard disk is C partition user profile. After the installation, we can change all these options related to the data stores and file locations. So I just click on the next button and click on the installation button. So within few minutes, this installation procedure will be done, and after installation, when installation process is done, then we will go and create virtual machines on it. So we will wait for a while. I'm going to pause the session, and as this process is done, then I will definitely verify in front of you, and then we will go with the creation of virtual machines in hypervisor as well. So here we go. Now you can see that behind the scene Hyper-V appeared in the server manager. Before this, we have only 4 options: dashboard, local server, all servers, and file and storage services. But right now we get the option Hyper-V. It means that feature installation has been done, and here you can see that a restart is pending on this machine. You must restart the destination server to finish the installation process. So as I click on the close button, then this server machine will finishing this installation procedure. Here you can see that I get the notification. Okay, and we are going to restart this virtual machine, and after the restart we will explore further options related to the virtual machine installation. Let's move on further and explore the technology and tools behind Hyper-V. Welcome back. Now let's explore the implementation ideas inside the Hyper-V. And now we are going to explore number of features related to the deployment of virtual machine. Here you can see that from server manager I can easily verify that Hyper-V is successfully installed, and if I want to access this, the tool is Hyper-V manager. When I click on the Hyper-V manager, you can see that right now we don't have any virtual machines, we don't have any configurations, and it's completely a neutral side of the Hyper-V.
And if you click on the start menu, you can also verify from here that if I type Hyper-V, here you can see that Hyper-V Manager. So from here you can easily open it and go for the configuration. So let's start the configuration process. How can we utilize the Hyper-V? Let it be clear from the screen, and we will definitely go for here. Here we go. So right now, if you want to create the virtual machine over here, you will be see the process is very simple. Here, go to the Hyper-V Manager, right click on the server, and now here you can see that we have number of options over here. If I click on the new button, you can see that virtual machine option is available. So the thing which I told you in the comparative study program, we need a bit of time to explore the features, and we can easily scratch the deployment scenarios and further capabilities of comparative products when we are talking about the virtualization or security or in any other fields of the IT. So click on the virtual machine. From here you can click on the virtual machine. Now the simple visit begin, and from here you can click on the next button, and now click put the virtual machine name. So I can use like demo VM on Hyper-V. Now I click on the next button. Here you can see that we have choose from two options, generation 1 and generation 2. Right now it's beyond the scope of this course, but it's still you can easily identify that generation so you can easily identify from here that we have two options. Number one is called the generation 1, while the second one is called generation 2. So generation 1 is the legacy option related to the virtual machine, while when we talk about the generation 2, it's an advanced option used for the to get the features of security and size of the virtual machine, CPUs on the per host, and other advanced features which are required for the deployment of Hyper-V. So right now we are going with the generation 1, and after deployment we can definitely get information about the generation 2. So if you have if you don't have any compatibility issues, so you can select the generation 2 as well. So here I just click on the next button, and now it's asking me about the memory size of this virtual machine. So I just put 2048 MB, and it will be almost 2 GB. So let's get next, and it's asking me about the networking option. So I select the default option which is available for the purpose of LAN connectivity, as we did in past with the VmWare product. Here you can see that asking me about the location. If I want to change the location, I can easily drag and drop from here and select any other location for the purpose of deployment. But I'll definitely go with the same default options, but I can change the size of this hard drive, and I'll just select 20 GB. And now if you have any existing hard drive, you can also import it from here. Same options, same features which we done previously with the VmWare. And if you have also the option of attached a virtual hard disk later, right now you are don't go for the, if you don't want to go for the hard disk configuration or storage media configuration, you can click on the last option and continue with the same deployment. And after creating this virtual machine, you can customize number of things as we done before, right? So let's move. Just click on the next button, and now same option. Here you can see that you'll be surprised that at that time we also utilize the option of ISO image. Here you can see that same ISO image from here we can implement. Right now I click on the ISO. I think so it's located in the C partition of my server machine. Yes, here you can see that we have number of options available, Windows Server 2019 or 2016. So I can attach ISO image, but I don't want to go for installation because we have already done. But if you want to go for the installation, you can select this option and start with the ISO image. So let's move further and click on the next button. And here is the summary. As ESXi 6.7 gives us the summary. Right now Hyper-V producing the same summary over here, and just click on the finish button and you will see on the back side that after a few seconds a virtual machine will be created over here. So here you can see that the demo of virtual machine creation related to the Hyper-V completed over here, and in the coming session we will definitely go for the customization of this virtual machine hardware resources, or you can say that virtual resources. So you can simply get the idea from this session that it's required a bit of time and bit of idea to explore the product. So you will be on the same path. That number of tools, here you can see that number of tools related to the storage, networking and compute are same. Options are almost same. Might be some menus will be different, but still you can easily get detailed information about the hypervisor. So let's move further and explore it related to the customization option. Okay, so after installing Hyper-V and creating the virtual machine, now time comes up to customize it. But before going for the purpose of customization, here in the downside you can see that the summary of this virtual machine, you can get access information about the memory, the networking option and the replication, each and everything available if you want to get any kind of information related to this virtual machine. So here, if you want to go with the virtual machine customization process is very simple. Here you can see that I just click on the setting button over there. I have the edit setting option. Right now I have settings button over here. Now here we go. You can see that BIOS option is available over here, and if I want to add any new hardware, I just click on the add hardware button. And if I want to change the memory, here you can see that when I click on the memory, I just change the amount of memory, just like 4096. I'll change from 2 GB to 4 GB. Okay, and I can also explore the dynamic memory option over here. I just click on the apply button, and here is the number of processors. If you want to change the number of processors, you can also increase from here. Here you can see. Now hard drive is also connected over here. If you want to add more hard drives, you can utilize the button of add hardware. And here you can see that we have IDE option or hard drives option, and also ISO image options available from here. We can change number of things related to the deployment of virtual machine. So the options are same, and you can customize your virtual machine after the creation inside the hypervisor. Here we can also explore the options related to the virtual machine name, as we done with the ESXi 6.7. okay, and if you want to add the hardware, here you can see that iSCSI controllers, network adapters, and legacy network adapters, fiber channels. There are a number of tremendous options available to add the new hardware resources. And if you want to add the hard drive, here are the options available. Okay, let it be. Here you can see that I can add the hardware. Just click on the hardware button, and I can browse for the location where I want to store. Okay, here you can see that I just drive for softwares. Okay, okay, let me, it's asking about the, okay, let me add with the new button. Sorry, I browsed it before creation. It's my mistake. So let's go with the same options again. VHD and VHDX, we have two options. The VHD option was the older one, which we use for the backward compatibility, while the new file extension for the hardware for the hard disk is VHDX. So I'll go with the legacy option. Okay, fixed size, dynamically expanding or differencing, same customization option is available in the ESXi inside. When we are creating the hard disk, it's asking me that you are creating the thin type of hard drive or the thick type of hard drive. So the same process exploring here in the Hyper-V. Here you can see that if I want to utilize the fixed size of the hard drive, I have the option. If dynamically expanding, downside you can also read its feature. So dynamically expanding means that if you select the hard disk size 20 GB, so on the same time your virtual machine will not cater the whole space, as by time the process of data increases inside the hard disk, so this drive will be expanded by time. While if you select the fixed size, this hard disk will be cater almost 20 GB or 10 GB space from the from your physical storage media. So there is the difference. So we will go with the fixed size option here. Click on the next button, and asking me about the hard disk name. Go with the same process, and asking me about the size. I just only add the 10 GB, and as you know, I'm going with the fixed size, so 10 GB space will be automatically occupied by this virtual machine from my physical storage. If I select the dynamically expansion option, so it will not occupy whole 10 GB space by time, as we are putting the data inside the hard disk, so they will be occupy a space as per their requirement till 10 GB size. Okay, let's move it, and now we done. It will create a new hard disk within the few seconds, and when the process done behind the scene, we will get the two hard drives. So the customization process or adding the new hard disk process is very simple, related to the deployment of virtual machine inside the hypervisor. Now we will explore few other options, and then we will move with the deployment of ESXi 6.7. But I hope you get the real idea how we implement this hypervisor inside virtual machines. It will take a bit time, so let me pause the session for you and save the time. Now here you can see that process is done, and I just need to click on the apply button, and as I click on the apply button, number of hard disk will be added to this virtual machine. The process is very simple, and here we can also verify number of options related to the further deployment of hard disk. Okay, so you can add the drives, you can remove the drives, and further you can explore a number of options inside the hypervisor. Here you can see that we done with the two hard drives. Number one is here and number two drive is here. So you can also add the networking features over here and other components related to the your physical server resources. So till now we continue with the further options related to the Hyper-V. Let's explore another important option of the Hyper-V related to the snapshots. So let's move with another session and explore how can we utilize the snapshot option inside the Hyper-V. Welcome back. Now you can easily get the basic ideas of deployment inside the hypervisor. Now I'm here to share another important aspect of the hypervisor related to the snapshot. So hypervisor is also an advanced application of virtualization. So it means that it has also the feature of a snapshot, and we get the basic idea of the snapshot that this tool or this feature is used to revert your operating system or your virtual machine into previous state. So here if you done any kind of updates, or if you get failed or any kind of deployments in the production network, and now you want to revert the setting, you can also utilize the snapshot option over here. Right now, if you want to take the snapshot of this virtual machine, right click on it, and here you can see that when we talk about the hypervisor, for the purpose of a snapshot, the option available inside the hypervisor is called the checkpoint. When I click on the checkpoint, then it will create the a snapshot of this virtual machine in a current state. Let me demonstrate to you. Here I just click on the checkpoint, and here you can see that a snapshot of this virtual machine created over here with the time stamp. So the process is very simple inside the hypervisor as well, and if you want to revert the process, just click on the virtual machine, and here you can find easily the revert option. Here you can see that, so we can revert from here as well. So the snapshot process is the same, but the term which we use for a snapshot is called the checkpoint. So I hope that you get another concept related to the snapshot. So let's move further, and now we explore more options related to the virtualization industry. Welcome back to all learners. We explore a number of configuration options related to the Hyper-V deployment. Now it's time to understand the key point about the Microsoft hypervisor. Previously, in earlier sessions when I discussed about the type 1 hypervisor, I told you that this type of hypervisors don't depend on the operating system. But right now you see that I have installed the Server 2016 operating system, and after that I add the feature hypervisor. Most of the time student got confused that why we add operating system first and then integrate the hypervisor feature on it. So here is the key point. You need to understand that the second important point you need to get about the hypervisor, type 1 hypervisor, is that this type of hypervisor is totally independent and easily coordinate or integrate with the hardware directly. So although we install the operating system and then we add Hyper-V on it, but in Microsoft area, Hyper-V is much capable to direct communicate with the hardware, to direct make the repositories about the compute resources, memory and storage as well. So if you have any confusion, I totally clear this right now that Hyper-V don't depend on operating system related to the configuration of virtualization infrastructure. Hyper-V have the capability to directly communicate with the hardware and make its own repositories. So I hope that you get the second important point about the type 1 hypervisor, that number one excuse me, it don't depend on operating system, and second thing, it has the capability to directly coordinate with the hardware resources. Welcome back to all learners in another productive session related to the virtualization industry. We have done with phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, and after completion of 3 phases we also explore comparative study program related to the certification, and we explore number of ideas related to the Microsoft Hyper-V. Now it's time to move with the virtual networking concepts and deployment scenarios, which is our phase 4. So let's move and explore ideas related to the virtual networking. Here we go. Now if we talk about the physical infrastructure, you know that for the purpose of connectivity we need physical switches. With the help of these switches we interconnect our physical servers for the purpose of resource sharing, for the purpose of connectivity and communication. So in the same manner, when we talk about virtualization industry, we have a number of virtual machines. Here you can see that we have 3 virtual machines on all 3 hosts. So when we create all these virtual machines, you know that these all virtual machines need to connect with each other for the purpose of connectivity, as we do in the physical infrastructure or traditional networking. So when we talk about the networking options in the virtualization industry, so here we have virtual switches like virtual hard drives and virtual machines. So let's explore ideas behind virtual switches. So here, for the purpose of virtual machines interconnectivity, virtual switches available, and these switches are used for the purpose of communication, connectivity and resource sharing, and we also perform number of tasks related to the connectivity like administration, like provision and monitoring. So you can perform same tasks in the virtualization industry when we are working on the virtual switches. So When we installed ESXi 6.7, a virtual switch is automatically created by default, and this virtual switch is known as vSwitch 0. This switch is created by default, and after that you can customize number of options. You can create other switches to interconnect all these virtual machines. So let's explore this vSwitch option related to the virtualization industry. Welcome back. So let's get the demo related to the virtual switches as we discussed previously. So from our main web browser, we can access our virtual switches options from here. Here you can see that we have virtual switches option, and if you want to explore whole ESXi environment, you can also go with the navigator option. I just click on the navigator option, and all other options related to the compute, storage and networking available here in front of me. Here you can see that as I commit that vSwitch 0 is created by default, and this switch can perform connectivity between all virtual machines and also connectivity with the host. So in the previous image, if we can see here, so if you want to understand the virtual switching environment, so it's really simple that when we talk about the virtual switch, the vSwitch merge a physical Ethernet cards into single logical switch. So if we have Ethernet card like one, like we have second Ethernet card, or we have third, and right now we have fourth. So right now I have four physical interfaces on my this virtual on my this ESXi host. So what function vSwitch does for us here? vSwitch. So vSwitch just merge all these four Ethernet adapters to connect with this physical host, and this virtual switch is used to connect all these virtual machines as well. So virtual switches perform two major functions. They perform connectivity within all VMs inside the ESXi host, and as well these all VMs can interconnect over the internet and the physical host with the help of these virtual switches. So let's explore the industry utilization, the virtual switches technology utilization in the virtualization industry. So we will move further. Let me clear all this stuff from our screen, and then we will move further. So let's move and explore the ideas. Here I'm on the virtual switches, and here you can explore further things. Now as I select the virtual switch option, here you can see that this virtual switch has no uplink redundancy. So whenever by default virtual switch created, it only select the first physical interface for creating the virtual networking infrastructure. And if I want to explore more options related to the virtualization, here you can see that by default virtual switch created over here, and when I went to the physical NICs, here you can see I have four physical interfaces, but when I click on the virtual switches, here you can see that I have just one uplink. So I open it, and here you can see that I have just only one interface, and this vSwitch topology shows me that our virtual machines connected with this virtual switch. Let me elaborate it more for you. Here, this is the virtual switch. Here you can see that This is the virtual switch and my virtual machine, as well as my ESXi host connect with the help of this virtual switch technology here. Because you can see that if I remove this for you, here you can see that the address of my management network is 192.168.0.101, and here you can verify this address. So my host address is 192.168.0.101. So my host is also connected with this virtual switch, while my virtual infrastructure is definitely connect with this virtual switch technology. But the problem is that right now this virtual switch only utilizing my one physical interface, which is called VmNIC0. So I'll remove it also. So that is why this this host machine showing me this error that this virtual machine has no uplink redundancy, which means that if my first physical interface goes down, its cable unplugged or it's get faulty, so my whole virtualization infrastructure will be automatically disconnected from my infrastructure. So it's require redundancy. We need to add 2 or 3 physical interfaces into this virtual switch to create the redundancy option or uplink redundancy option in the virtualization switch. So let's move and utilize the option of redundancy. So I have the add uplink option over here when I went to inside the virtual switch, and from here I have already verified that I have 4 physical interfaces. VmNIC0 is already configured with my virtual switch. Here you can see that VmNIC0 is already configured with 1 gig interface. So I need to add more uplink interfaces, and here you can see that I just added up with a single click VmNIC 1 giga interface over here. Just when I click on this cross option, it will be removed, and if I want to add, just click on this add uplink button. Now 2 NIC physical interfaces connected to this single virtual switch. I can create more virtual switches for different purposes, but right now I'm working on a single switch. So let's save the configuration and see the difference. When I save the configuration, the backside error related to the virtual switch has no uplink redundancy will be automatically removed. Let's see. Here we go. Here you can see that. You can see that it's like working perfectly. And now if I look into the uplink options, here you can see that we have 2 uplinks and port group have 2 ports available inside the switch, right? So it's now if my first interface cable unplugged, the second interface is available and I can utilize it as per my own convenience. So here you can see that now VmNIC1 and VmNIC0 is connected with this virtual switch and redundancy feature configured inside the virtual switch. So let's move further and explore more options related to this virtual switch configuration. Welcome back. So now I have configured redundant options related to the virtual switch. Let's go with the edit setting button and find inside the virtual switch what kind of options available for the purpose of configuring this virtual switch. So I just select the virtual switch from here and I select the edit setting button. And now from here you can see that we have number of options available. MTU size, maximum transmission unit, you can change it. If you want to add more uplink interfaces over here, you can also add with the add uplink button. And now link discovery, here you can see that Cisco Discovery Protocol is also available if you want to discover interconnected Cisco devices or other machines, virtual machines related to the virtualization infrastructure. So for the security purpose, generally it's enabled by default. But if I look into the industry standards and if I look into the security recommendations, generally it's recommended that you have to be configure it as a none and disable it Cisco Discovery Protocol, because it's continuously announcing information about your infrastructure. So for the security reasons, you can disable the Discovery Protocol. Now you can click on the security option. Here you can see we have a number of options. MAC address changes, accept or reject. So if you want to reject any MAC address changes, you can click on the reject option. Or forge transmit, this option is generally used for the purpose of security, that if some kind of intruder inserted forged packet or forged transmission inside your virtualization infrastructure, so it will be rejected. So you have to configure it as a rejected. Okay, and now the MAC address also be selected as a rejected. You can also use the promiscuous mode related to the configuration in the virtualization infrastructure. Generally, this promiscuous mode in the virtualization industry is used to get SNMP packets and all the packets which are sending back and forth between the virtual machines. So it's up to you. You can accept it or you can reject it, but these major security options available here related to the virtualization industry. And here we have the NIC teaming. So right now we already configured the load balancing, and here you can see that failback option is available, enabled on it. If my first NIC is disconnected or unplugged or getting faulty, the VmNIC1 will be available for the purpose of connectivity and for the purpose of communication. So NIC teaming option is also available here. You can also beacon only or link status only. They can share their status about their connectivity or disconnectivity related to the communication. So here is the NIC teaming option, and traffic shaping option is also available here. By default it's disabled. If you want to enable it, you can configure the average bandwidth or the peak bandwidth or the burst side and number of other things related to the virtual switch configuration. So I hope that you get the basic idea about editing the virtual switch properties and how you can enable the redundancy in this virtualization industry. Till now, we implement the redundancy option inside the virtual switch. We also look into different security options for vSwitch configuration and deployment. Right now, let's discuss other industry requirements related to the security. Here you can see that if I talk about the virtual switch configuration, from here you can verify that right now my virtual machines are connected with the same vSwitch 0, and my management network or my host traffic are also going from the same interfaces or from same virtual switch. But when we work in any kind of enterprise virtualization infrastructure, it's recommended that you have to separate your management network from your virtual machine infrastructure. The first reason is the security, that your management network must be separated from your virtual machine infrastructure. And second, the reason is performance. So if you want to increase your performance related to the connectivity and resource sharing, And if you want to improve the security features, you have to configure a separate switch for your management network, which is mentioned over here. So let's move and create another virtual switch and add physical interfaces into it and use for the purpose of management network. So you can perform, you can go with the default options, but it's better to configure your virtualization infrastructure as per industry standard. So let's move further. We have virtual switching infrastructure over here, and we will go with the more networks option, and here you can see that we have virtual switches option over here. I just click on it and you find that by default vSwitch 0 is created. If I want to create another switch, I just click on this button, add standard virtual switch over here. Here we go. Now we need to select the virtual switch name, and I select the name my management vSwitch. So name must be identical switch, okay. And now by default here you can see that VM NIC 2 is connected with this, and I just add this switch by clicking the add button. Here you can see that we have just a single uplink into it, and right now if I go inside my management switch, here you can see that now this switch is connected and no groups right now connected to this infrastructure. And again we get the same error, this virtual switch has no uplink redundancy, you should add another uplink. So we can add this, but we have already performed this function previously. So right now we need to add our management network to this separate virtual switch. So let's move further and configure the industry standard requirement. So let's configure another industry standard. Right now we have done with another creation of virtual switch, and we have right now we have two virtual switches. Number one, vSwitch 0, which is our default switch, and the other one is my management vSwitch, which we have configured in the previous session. Right now I'm going to connect my virtual machine. I can do the vice versa situation, but right now I'm going to connect my virtual machine with my newly created virtual switch. So let's start the journey, and I need to go with the edit option. And here you can see that if I work on the network adapter side, from here I just want to select with the demo version and just click a save button, and configuration will be completely changed. Let's go and check on the back side related to the virtual switches that now my virtual infrastructure is separated from my management network or not. Here we go with the virtual networking options, and when I connect with the virtual switch, here you can see that now the process is completely changed, and now my virtual machine infrastructure is connected with our newly created vSwitch, which name is my management vSwitch. And now when we search for the vSwitch, now that is the real industry standard. We isolate the management network with our default switch configuration, and we connect virtual infrastructure or virtual machines with our new switch. So according to the industry standards, you have to meet the required configuration. You can isolate your different infrastructure. So here in this demo, I isolate my management network from my virtual machines infrastructure. I can customize it more and more as per my requirement. I can separate my I can create a virtual switch for my migration purposes. I can create a virtual switch for the purpose of backups, backup applications, and there are other number of scenarios in which we can isolate the virtualization traffic by using this virtual switches technology. Now time comes up that we need to learn another important concept, because here we just create virtual switches which are called standard switches, but in the ESXi world we have another advanced type of switches which is called distributed switches. So let's get a bit difference between both standard switches and distributed switches to explore more knowledge about the virtualization industry. Welcome back to all of you. Let's walk through another important topic related to the virtual networking industry in the field of virtualization. Now we have already implemented a virtual networking feature which is called standard switches. So in a short form, when we talk about the standard switches, you can also use VSS, virtual standard switch. The default virtual switch that is enabled you when you installed VmWare, vSphere, ESXi, any version is the vSphere standard switch. So by default, whenever you installed any ESXi version on any host, this switch is automatically created, and previously we done number of exercises on it, and you can easily verify it from your previous configuration. Here we go, and we can also verify. Here you can see that when I click on the networking, then vSwitch 0 is created by default, and the other switch we created in the previous demos and exercises. So this virtual switch is fall in the category of standard switches. So when we talk about virtualization connectivity, so when we look at inside the host, so there are a number of virtual machines created. So whenever these virtual machines wants to connect with each other, they utilize the virtual standard switch, and in the same manner your virtual machines will also connect with the host by using this virtual standard switch. So the vSphere standard switch is used to provide network connectivity to host and virtual machines. That is the whole story. And one important thing which you have to know about the virtual standard switches, that they don't require any special license for creating and utilizing in virtualization industry. So the physical NICs on the physical ESXi host are connected to the uplink ports on the vSphere standard switch, and in the same manner within and with a single ESXi host, when we talk about a single ESXi host, here you can see that they have their own virtual switch, and with the help of this virtual switch they can connect their virtual machines and also connect to its own physical host. So as the number of physical host increases, inside each host you require to create at least one standard switch for the purpose of connectivity. But as you can also follow the industry standards for proper implementation of your networking inside the virtualization infrastructure. So that was the story which we learned, or that was the concept which we got from our previous demo sessions and theoretical concepts. But there is an other important type of switch which we require in the industry of virtualization, which is called distributed switch.
So there is a limitation with the standard switch, as we discussed that when you want to connect virtual machines within a host, so you can utilize the standard switch. But what about when we want to connect two different hosts with each other? So in that scenario, when we want to create advanced type of cluster, so the limitation of a standard switch does not allow you to connect two different hosts with each other, or two different host virtual machines with each other. So so when this problem we faced in the virtual industry, then VmWare introduces another advanced type of virtual switches, which is called VDS. Here I can also write over here, it's called like VDS, virtual distributed switches. So from the term distributed, you can easily understand that the scope of the distributed switch is totally different from the standard switch. Although distributed switch is also used for the purpose of connectivity, but it break the boundary of a single host, and you can connect two, three, or many hosts by using this VDS technology or distributed switches. So let's move further and get more about the distributed switches. Let me clear this. So as we move further, here you can see that when we placed VDS inside the virtualization industry, so this technology have the capability to connect two or more than two hosts with each other inside the cluster. Because you know that when we want to implement high availability features for enterprise data centers, or we want to create fault tolerance, or we want to create cluster virtualization, so in that all scenarios you must have to be require a technology which have the capability to connect two or more than two hosts with each other. So for that purpose we are using the distributed switch. So when we talk about the distributed switch, so it's really you can say that recommended for enterprise networks, or recommended for small and medium sized businesses in the virtualization industry. So it's another important factor related to the distributed switch. You must have to know that it's not a licensed free. So for that purpose you not only require a simple ESXi license, but when you want to implement the distributed switch technology, you must have to purchase enterprise license capability from VmWare to utilize this technology. So whenever you have a smaller infrastructure, you can utilize the standard switch, but when you want to plan any kind of advanced networking, what if you need a virtual switch network solution that easily scales with a large amount of vSphere ESXi hosts? When the number of hosts increases and you want to connect all these hosts with each other, so for that purpose you must have require this technology. Let me here. So they are working in the same manner but in a different scope. You can now, I hope that you can get you can get the concept of distributed switch. Here you can see that we have another image in which you can see we have a number of hosts over here. Here you can see that we have three hosts over here, and these three hosts having number of virtual machines on them, but all virtual machines and these three hosts are connected with the help of VDS virtual distributed switch. So they are working for the purpose of connectivity, but the scope is changed. So here you can see we can also use this VDS technology for the purpose of
migration or multiple host connectivity. Here we have another example from which you can get more easier concept about the virtualization or VDS switches. Let me, okay, now here you can see that these three hosts are connected with each other, okay, and if this host get failed, if this host get failed, here you can see that the red color is showing that now this ESXi host is got faulty. So now if we want to move these machines or these virtual machines to any other host which are connected with a cluster environment or in a high availability environment, so in that scenario these virtual machines will be easily migrated or moved to any other host within that cluster. So if you have enterprise virtualization data center, or if you have a small and medium size business and infrastructure in which you want to implement high availability, fault tolerance, cluster technology with advanced connectivity, so you must have to be use the distributed switches. But if you have a smaller virtualization network, so you can perform number of communication tasks and resource sharing with the standard switch. So both are virtual switches, both are used for the purpose of connectivity, but within with different scopes. Right now we get the concept about the standard switches and distributed switches as well. Let's move further and got more detailed concepts about further technologies related to the virtualization. Welcome back to all of you. Now let's get the summary. Till now we walked through 4 major topics related to the virtualization certification. Number 1 is was virtualization basic concepts. Number 2, fundamentals of deployments, and third one was virtual machines deployment. And after the completion of 4 phases, we after the completion of 3 phases, we walked through the fourth and other important phase, which is called virtual networking concepts and deployment scenarios. Right now, 2 major components related to the virtualization deployment we have successfully completed, and I hope that you learn number of skills related to the virtualization industry. I have also attached number of resources with this course in the form of books, in the form of labs, in the form of comparison sheets. So if you have any issue, you can walk through all the material which have already available with are this comparative certification program. And if you have any question, or if you want to add any other topic to this certification course, or if you want to give us any productive feedback, you can also follow me on my LinkedIn account with the name of Tariq Khan, T-A-R-I-Q, Tariq, and then Khan, K-H-A-N. So if you have any question, you can also ask there. I will definitely share my own experiences with you, and if you need any kind of guidance related to the certification or related to your career growth, you can also follow me there. Now let's move further and explore what major topics are still remaining inside the virtualization industry. So here we go. Here you can see that I have a number of I have done with number of demo sessions related to the virtual machines in front of you, and then we cover number of topics related to the networking. So right now time comes to walk through on the storage side of the virtualization, which is another important aspect for virtualization industry. So when we are in the past demo sessions, when we create virtual machines, at that time I skipped an important concept when the wizard asking me about the hard disk type. Uh, at that time wizard asked me that would you like to create a hard disk with the thin provision or with the thick lazy option or thick eager option. So at that time I skipped the topic and I commit that I'll discuss this topic in detail whenever we walk through via storage topics. So right now time comes up, let's get the concepts about the storage and start from thin provision and other options related to the storage area of virtualization. So let's move further and get the concepts. Welcome back to all of you. Let's get explore hard disk types when we are going to create the virtual machines. As you know that in the virtualization industry we are mostly working on three major components. The one was compute, the second one was networking, and the third one was storage. So right now we are on the phase of storage. So let's move and discuss the hard disk types for VM. So when previously we create virtual machines, so the wizard asked me about the type of hard disk during the creation of virtual machine. Let's say here we have the same scenario. Here I have the machine, and when I right click on it and go to the edit setting button, and I walk through for, you can see here is the hard disk type, and here you can see that right now the hard disk type is thin provision. Here you can see that thin provision. So when I was creating the virtual machine, I select the hard disk type thin provision. Let's here to share with you here let me clear for you. So the first type of hard disk was thin provision, and after that we have two more options related to the storage. Other one is called thick eager option, and last one is called thick zeroid. Okay, so we have three types of hard disk available, and you can get demo again from here. Let me give you another example. Here you can see that if I right click on the virtual machine, go to the edit setting button, and I just want to create another hard disk type. So whenever I click on add hard disk, then this wizard will again ask me the same questions. Here you can see that here here you can see that the types of disk provisioning is started with the thin, then thick, and then thick provision with eagerly zeroid. So we have three options. Number one is thin, number two is thick lazy, while the third one is called thick eagerly. So here I have already discussed with you these hard disk types. So let's get into the deep dive and understand what type of options available inside the thin provision. Generally, it's recommended in any kind of enterprise virtualization infrastructure. Whenever you are going to create the virtual machine, you have to be select the thin provision. That is the recommended and best option during the creation of virtual machine. Now question raises why. That is the important question. So let me discuss an example with you to explore this concept of why. Let's say if you are going to create this virtual machine over here, and this is the storage data store on which we are going to create the virtual machine, and this storage data store size is almost 1 TB, right? And when I create the virtual machine asks me about the size of this virtual machine hard disk, and I reply in a question that I will create a 5 GB of hard disk. It says okay, but when I select the hard disk size is 500 GB, and after the creation of virtual machine, I started the operating system installation and other applications which I require for the virtual machine. And when I have done with all kind of implementation related to the updates, application installation, operating system installation, I analyze that from this space, from this 500 GB, I have only utilized 100 GB, and 500 GB is still available for the purpose of utilization. But when we select the thin provision means that you can create a large amount of or a large capacity of a hard drive, but this thin provision technology only contain a space which is already utilized, which means that if the created hard disk size is 500 GB, but after implementation of the operating system and application installation, I only utilize 100 GB. So 400 GB is still available to this data store for creating other virtual machines. So it means that thin provision assign space dynamically. It will not reserve complete 500 GB to this virtual machine. It only occupies those spaces which are required or which are contained by operating system and other application, and all the remaining spaces will be available to this data store right now. So only 100 GB will be utilized, and 400 GB is still free here available for the purpose of utilization. And you can analyze this term this technology from here. Here you can see that when I click on the data stores, here I have the data store. Here you can see that I created, let me clear this all work for you so you can easily okay. So here you can see that the hard disk size of the virtual machine is 32.5 GB, and how much space is still utilized? 29.58 GB, but still 2.9 GB is free. If you want to create another hard disk on the same data store, this space is available for you. Here you can see that when I click on the virtual machine, and here is the storage space. Here you can see that now I'm going to create the virtual machine, and you will analyze that here is the size 35 GB already created for this virtual machine. But if I want to add the hard disk, here you can see that new standard hard disk, and here you can see that the disk size is specified is greater than the amount available in the data store, which means that only almost 3 GB space is available for creating a new hard disk, and this size is mentioned over here. Here you can see that Because when previously when we create the hard disk, here is the previous hard disk, and you see the space is 10 provision, and maximum size is still free, is 2.9 GB. And when we create a new hard disk, here you can see that 2.92 GB is still available for creating the new hard disk. So that's why I told you, whenever you are going to create any kind of virtual machine in your enterprise networks, you have to be select you must have to be select the thin provision technology. Here is the thin benefit. So thin have the capability to utilize the resources in a best manner or in a better way. When we go with the thick technology, here you can say, so we have two more important types related to the thick technology. One is called eager and the other one is called lazy. So let's understand thick with eager option. Thick with eager option. So what will happen if we select the hardest type to thick eager? An eager zeroid thick disk space has all space allocated and whipped clean of any previous content on the physical media at creation time. So if I'm going to create in a virtual machine over this data store, here you can see, if I discuss in the previous scenario, here this virtual machine is created on this data store, right? And this data store have a capacity of almost, let's simple the scenario, almost 1000 GB, right? And when you create this virtual machine, you select the hard disk size almost about 500 GB, right? So as you create the hard disk, this data store will remain only 500 GB, because this technology will automatically occupy all the space which you selected for the virtual machine creation or related to the hard disk, while thin provision only occupy those spaces which are required or which are contained by the operating system and application. So that is the important factor. So if you create the virtual machine and after completion of all the deployments related to the software, and you analyze that only 200 GB space is utilized and 300 GB is still available on this data on this virtual machine, but this 300 GB is useless for you, because thick eager technology will occupy all the space which you select during the creation of virtual machine. What meaning by the eager? Eager meaning, as you create the thick drive, it will format all the previous data without any notification. While when we talk about other technology which is called thick but in a category of lazy, here I can also verify from the virtual machine demo. Here you can see that when I go for the edit setting button, let me discuss over here, and I add the hard disk, and I use the new hard disk. Let's clear this option. Here you can see that the other option is called thick provision lazily zeroid. So what it means that whenever you create the hard disk of size of 500 GB, it will definitely occupy all the 500 GB, but will not format all the space at the time of creating virtual machine. By time, as they require spaces or for storing operating system or any other application, by time it will be format your storage media timely, but at the time of creation it will not format the drive. So these are the three important types when you are going to create hard disk types during the virtual machine creation. So generally it's recommended for best resource utilization, you have to create the thin provision, although two other options are available. You can utilize them if you have more resources on your data store or on your physical host. You can go with them, but it's recommended that you have to use the thin provision. So I hope that you get the detailed concept of thin, thick, eager and thick, lazy option related to the virtual machine hard disk type. Welcome back. So we can perform a number of implementation tasks related to the data stores when we are working with the virtual machine infrastructure, or we are working with ESXi data stores. Here you can see that we have a number of options here in the action button. Here you can see that if I want to rename it, or if I want to delete this data store, or if I want to increase the capacity, or if I want to implement the number of permission on this data store, so I can perform number of tasks related to the data store. So let's here I just click on the rename button and I'm going to rename the data store. The reason is why, because when you are working in any kind of corporate virtualization infrastructure, make sure that your all data store names must be identical as per industry standards, because there are number of team members working on your virtualization infrastructure, and if you use journal naming structure like data store 1, 2, 3, 4, then no one knows what is inside of the data store, or what kind of data exists inside the data store. So here I am going to rename this, and as you know, this data store is contain my virtual machine. So I'm selecting the name like VM data stores. Okay, so this data store will be utilized for the purpose of storing the virtual machine. So as I click on the save button and get the refresh, then here you can see that the name will be changed, and if I want to delete it, I can easily delete from here, or I can unmount it, or perform number of tasks on it. And right now I'm going to add another data store to this virtual host, because I have multiple data stores for different purposes. So if I want to add other data store, so the process is very simple. I just right click on this data store and create new data store. As I click on this button, I will get the 4 major options related to the new data store. Number 1 is called create a new VMFS data store. So that is the option which we will use for creating the new data store. If you want to extend existing data store space, or perform other options related to the data store, you can also perform all those functions. But right now we are going with create new VMFS data store. As I click on the next button, here you can see that I have already added another 40 GB of SSD data store to my host machine. So I just click on the next button. Okay, it's asking about the data store name. So I will use this data store for the purpose of storing ISO images, ISO and resource sharing data store. Now here you can see that I also implement another standardized naming structure related to the data store. So after it I click on the next button. Data store name should be between 2. Okay, the characters are increases, so I need to be resource share. Okay, so I just reduce the characters in the name of the data store. So click on the next, and here you can see that It's asking me about you are using the full disk or you want to use the custom disk. It's up to me. So I'm going to use the full disk, and right now file system which I require for creating the new data store is called the VmFS6, which is the latest version. If I need the backward compatibility, or I need or I have legacy VmFS, so I also utilize the VmFS5, but it's recommended that you have to use the VmFS6. As I click on the next and click on the finish button, it's now showing that the entire content of the disk are about to be erased. So definitely, if you are creating the data store, so VmFS file system will format your data store and create space for utilization in the for the purpose of utilization inside the virtualization structure. So I click on the yes button, and within a few seconds here you can see that now process is running, rescanning the VmFS process, and within few seconds or within few minutes, it's depend on the size of the data store. This host will create data store within this virtualization infrastructure. So let me refresh it and get the basic idea that still it's working, and let me pause the session for you. And as we done with this creation, now it's created successfully. And now here you can see that previously we have only one data store, but right now we have two data stores related to the storage deployment related to the virtualization infrastructure. Here you can verify it. Right now the first one was VM data store, which is used for the purpose of virtual machine storage. Here you can verify the VmFS file system right now. Okay, and the newer data store is mentioning over here. I just click on it, and if I'll browse the data store and create a number of folders according to my own requirement. Let's say I'm using this data store to map the repositories of my ISO images, which we will use for the purpose of operating system installation. So you have to reserve the data store for different purposes. That you know that when you are creating the virtual machines, different types of operating system will be required to you for the purpose of installation. So you have to done these all tasks in advance and store all the required operating system ISO images into your newest data store. So here, from here, I can create the directory. The first one is called the ISO directory, Windows. Okay, and I in the same manner I'll create with for Linux and Mac OS and different types of OS which we are using in our own enterprises. And we will definitely create other sharing folders for the purpose of resource sharing. So we can perform number of tasks related to the data stores when we are working on our host machine. So let's move further and explore what other tasks we can perform on our data stores.
Welcome back again. As you know that right now we are exploring number of ideas behind the storage technology related to the virtualization. Let's see, we have to discuss another example here on the screen. You can see that we have number of host machines over here, and we created number of virtual machines on it. Most of the time when we talk about small and medium-sized networks or enterprise networks, we have number of options related to the deployment of virtualization. In this scenario which we are discussing right now here, most of the time all the resources are available inside the host. When we talk about the resources, I can I can suppose about the compute resources. I can also suppose about the storage. I can also discuss about the networks and security. So most of the time, all these resources exist inside the physical host. And by utilizing all these compute resources, storage and network resources, we implement virtual infrastructure, as we did during the previous demos related to the virtualization. But when we talk about enterprise networks, we have other options related to the storage deployments of virtualization. Here you can see that when we talk about the enterprise networks, most of the time, due to the large number of VMs and due to the large number of storage capacity requirements, we need to deploy another technology which is called SAN, Storage Area Network. And for that purpose, we number of vendors like HP, Dell, IBM, Lenovo offer number of storage solutions for virtualization infrastructure. So in that scenario, our storage area network or our storage resource is out of the box. Like this host cannot contain any storage resources for the purpose of deployment. So two resources, compute and network resources, are available on that host, while storage capacity this host will utilize by storage area network, which is an external device or external availability of the storage media. So in that scenario, we have number of protocols requirement on behalf of which these physical hosts can connect with these virtual storage area networks and collect all the virtual machines from that side. So the concept is very simple. When we are going to deploy virtual machines, we utilize compute and networking resources from this host, while all the VMs will be stored on external storage, which is called storage area network or called the SAN devices, and all the VMs will be stored over here by utilizing the cabling infrastructure. This would be our cabling infrastructure. Here you can see that. So whenever this physical host want to access this virtual machine over the physical infrastructure or over the cable infrastructure, this physical host will require number of protocols which can help them to get virtual machines or any kind of data from this storage area network. So let's get into the basic concepts related to the protocols which are playing important role in the industry of storage area networks. So if we consider that now in this scenario our storage infrastructure is out of the box of physical host, and this virtualization infrastructure is connected via cabling infrastructure for accessing all kinds of data over here. Let's suppose we have number of VMs over here, and if this host wants to start this virtual machine, this host can access this virtual machine by utilizing or using this cabling infrastructure. And for that purpose, this physical host have a number of protocols for accessing this virtual machine or any kind of other data on this storage infrastructure. So if we talk about the protocol, we have few ones over here. Number one is called
SCSI. Or if we talk about other protocols, they are also called NFS, and we have other tremendous technology related to the virtualization infrastructure protocol, which is called FC, and it's stand for fiber channel. And the last one is called FCoE, fiber channel over Ethernet. So let's get the concept. Most of the time in small and medium sized businesses, we are generally utilizing this SCSI protocol over here. Here, if you have the first option, for which you can use SCSI. So generally, for the purpose of communication, you all know that we are using the TCP IP for the purpose of LAN communication or WAN communication. But when we talk about SCSI protocol, SCSI means you map your storage over TCP IP, which means that behind the scene is still TCP IP is working, but for migrating virtual machines, for accessing virtual machines, or for accessing any kind of data related to the virtualization infrastructure, a dedicated protocol is available over here. You typically put in dedicated Ethernet network cards and a separate network switch. So most of the time it's recommended that you have to implement a separate switch and separate Ethernet cards for the deployment of SCSI protocol in virtualization infrastructure. Or you can also utilize VLAN technology for isolating your virtualization infrastructure from all other resources in your own data center. So each server and each storage device has its own IP addresses. So now we are separating or isolating the virtualization infrastructure from the whole other activities like voice over IP or other infrastructure which are operational in our network. So it's better to separate your virtualization LAN connectivity for the purpose of security, for the purpose of performance optimization and better management. So in Windows, each drive shows up in the computer manager as a drive, as a hard drive, normally which we are using in our normal IT operations, and you format it. So this is called the block storage in SCSI infrastructure. While we have another option also available here, which is called NFS, Network File System. NFS means you access a file share, like if in general network operations we are sharing number of folders over the network. So in the same manner, we are also using NFS in our virtualization infrastructure, and you put all virtualization related files on the shared folders which you are which exist on your virtualization infrastructure. In Windows, this is a map drive. Most of the time when we log into our laptop or desktop machine and access the computer resources, where you can easily find your map drives. So in the same manner, when we are using NFS in our virtualization infrastructure, so these are the process of accessing your virtualization data by utilizing map drives. Okay, and these map drives will be accessed by sharing resources. So it's another option if you want to utilize it, but most of the time we recommend that you have to implement SCSI, because these protocols are directly attached storage when we compare it with the NFS. And other tremendous option which is available here is called FC fiber channel. It's another tremendous protocol, and most of the time this protocol is recommended for SMB and enterprise networks. When we talk about enterprise networks, so it's recommended because it's totally dependent on the fiber media. And you know that when we talk about the normal media, which is totally copper based, so when we compare the copper media performance related to the fiber optic, so it's having tremendous features and tremendous performance related features related to the network infrastructure. So if you require high performance networks in your own infrastructure, so you have to be implement the fiber channel or FC. Fiber channel is a lot like the iSCSI, both are same almost. When we talk about the iSCSI, iSCSI protocol, or when we discuss with the comparison of fiber channel, so fiber channel is a lot like iSCSI, except it uses the fiber optic cable instead of Ethernet. So that's why performance is automatically improved when you are using fiber optic media for the purpose of communication and transferring the data or migration during the migration task. So iSCSI and FC is same protocol, working procedure is same, but the major difference is iSCSI is completely dependent on the copper media, while fiber channel is completely dependent on the fiber optic media. And the last one is another tremendous opportunity which we can utilize over here, which is called FCoE, fiber channel over Ethernet. So if you want to get the benefit of FC performance over the Ethernet, so you can deploy FCoE, fiber channel over Ethernet. Which means that fiber channel protocol will work for Ethernet media or copper media, but the condition which we impose over here is that your Ethernet connection must be a giga or 10 giga transfer capacity or data occupying capability, because fiber channel over Ethernet is not recommended on normal 100 Mbps connection, which we are generally using in our own infrastructure. So that is a kind of a summary related to the storage protocols which generally we use in our virtualization infrastructure. So I have also attached a comparison sheet with this course. You can also analyze it, and right now we have 4 major options related to the virtualization infrastructure and data store connectivity. So it's up to you what kind of protocol you are going to implement according to your own requirement. Welcome again. Let's explore another tremendous concept related to the virtualization industry, which is called vCenter server. So right now we are going to get the basic idea or basic concepts about the vCenter server. But before going to this, let's get an example. Right now here in front of you, I have here a few physical hosts which have a limited number of virtual machines implemented over here. And if I take the example of these hosts here, you can see that I have implemented number of virtual machines. So when I have done all the tasks, then on the daily basis, I need to configure, customize, and perform number of other tasks as per my own organizational requirements. So in these tasks, here you can see that I can perform number of administrative tasks, and I can also perform number of customization tasks over here. And one important thing, I need to monitor my virtualization infrastructure 24/7, and for that purpose I have HTML5 client. Here you can see that I have HTML5 client, and if I want to perform any kind of task on my physical host, I just need the IP address of that specific
host. Then after connecting with the physical host, I will provide my username and password, and I'll be logging inside the virtualization infrastructure. And here I can perform number of tasks related to the compute resources or storage, networking, security, and all kinds of tasks related to the virtual machine deployment, customization, and snapshots. It's really simple for me if I have a few number of physical hosts as I discussed in this example, but it will be really difficult for me as this infrastructure is growing by time and number of host machines have more than 5. It might be 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50. So in that case, it will be really difficult for me to connect, to make a session with each host individually and then perform number of tasks. So for that, if I get example of enterprise network, let me clear this previous work over here. If I take the example of that kind of virtualization infrastructure, here you can see that I have number of physical hosts as well as the number of virtual machines implemented over here. So consider this example and then use the traditional method of HTML5 client for all these hosts. So it will be really difficult for me. So in that scenario, now I need a separate server or a desktop machine where I can implement the vServer. Here you can see that I need to install this vCenter server over this separate machine. It might be a physical machine or it might be a virtual machine. So I just need to install this VmWare application, which is called vCenter server over here. And this machine, this application have the capability to connect all devices over here with a single user interface, which means that when you install vCenter server in your own infrastructure, it will provide you one window operation from where you can manage all these physical hosts and their virtual machines as well. So after the implementation of the vCenter server, you have a centralized management server where you can perform all kinds of tasks related to the virtualization industry. So that's why if you have a smaller virtualization network, so you can utilize the HTML5 client facility. But if your infrastructure have a large number of virtual machines and large number of physical hosts, so in that kind of scenario, you must have to implement the vCenter server. And in respect of the VmWare competitor, if I talk about Microsoft, if I talk about the Microsoft, so Microsoft have also a comparative product with vCenter server, and Microsoft product in this scenario is called VmM, Virtual Machine Manager. So Microsoft is also providing a kind of application which is called Virtual Machine Manager, which provides you a single window operation or a central management center point of management from where you can also manage all hypervisor host machines and their virtual machine infrastructure related to the Microsoft infrastructure. So you have two vendors, you have two major products. So one is called vCenter server and other one is called Virtual Machine Manager. If your infrastructure utilizing the VmWare products, then you must have to go for vCenter server. And if you have Microsoft infrastructure of virtualization, so you need to deploy Virtual Machine Manager. Although Virtual Machine Manager also supports compatibility with vCenter server as well. So it's up to you, it's up to your job role and your organizational requirements. So I hope that you get the basic concept about the vCenter server and virtual machine manager utilization in the virtual world. Welcome back again. As you know that right now we are going towards the end of our certification training program, and right now we have another important topic related to the virtualization industry or any IT industry when we talk about security and monitoring. So it's really important for all kind of infrastructure that we need to focus on security and monitoring side of any kind of infrastructure. So in the same manner, if you want to make your virtualization operations buttery smooth, if you want to run your virtualization infrastructure without any hustles or without any mess up, you need to monitor your virtualization infrastructure 24/7. Here you can see that we have previously implemented a physical host over here. When we visit over here, let me clear it. When we visit over here, you can access all the features by clicking on the host button. Here you can see that as I click on the host button, I have two options. Number one is monitor and the second one is a manage option. Below you have you can see that we have covered the three options: virtual machines, compute resource option, storage options, and networking options. So right now we are going with the monitor option. Click on this button and here you can see that from here you can monitor number of performance parameter. You have to monitor your infrastructure related to the compute resources, related to the processor utilization, networking, memory, each and everything. Because by doing all these activities, you can easily monitor the resource utilization of your virtual machines. And if any machine have a large number of resources, so you can release all these resources and assign to other machines. And if any machine are lacking in the area of performance or in the area of networking or memory utilization, so you can assign them more memory for better performance optimization. So here you can see that when I click on the performance button, here you can see that I can monitor. Here you can see that I have number of parameters related to the CPU, and when I click on this button, I'll find the drop down list, and from here I can monitor the memory as well. Here you can see that right now we have a flat option because it's not a professional or a corporate network, so that's why. But whenever you access the corporate or enterprise network, you will find a number of graph values over here. And from here you can also monitor the networking feature. Here you can see that here zigzag kind of things from where we can monitor the networking performance, how much total bandwidth utilization. Here you can see that total network usage or total transmit rate, each and everything I can find from here. And here you can see that total network usage is 1.16 Mbps, and if I find over here, here you can see that total network usage is 11.10. So by time you can monitor your networking activity or communication activity from here as well. And here you can also monitor your disk utilization here. So security is a very crucial and important part of any industry related to the IT. But before going to implement any kind of security, you need to deploy such a strong mechanism for monitoring your infrastructure in all aspects.
If I go further, I click on the hardware button. Here you can see that if my hardware resources having any kind of issues, like if any power supply failure occur, Ethernet card failure occur, or any storage failure occur, I can easily diagnose from here or get the message from here. And below you can see that I have the storage button. So right now each and everything is working perfectly, so I don't have any issues related to the hardware. But if my UPS, if my power supply get failed, or Ethernet card, RAM, memory, or any compute resource, I'll get message here related to my resources. Furthermore, here you can see that I have number of events from where I can get the detailed information. Here you can find a duplicate IP address was detected over here. So that kind of errors related to the network infrastructure, compute and storage resources, I can also search from here. And other information, other notifications or events are just related to the information. But two warnings having occurred over here. Here you can see that cannot connect to the specified gateway. So from here you can monitor, and if you are facing any kind of operational issues in the virtualization industry, so from here you can easily get the reason why you are not connecting to the physical infrastructure, why you are getting the duplicate error messages from here. So there are number of monitoring tasks you can perform by HTML5 client, and here we have also number of logs related to the virtualization infrastructure. So if you are going for any kind of troubleshooting or any kind of analysis related to the performance or implementation or finding any errors, there are number of logs available. You can get advantage from here as well. Here we have the notification area. Right now we don't have any notifications, and task button is also here. Here you can see that refresh services by privileged user root performed at this time and completed successfully. So there are a number of performance parameters, and you have to be very conscious about the monitoring parameters related to the virtualization infrastructure. After that, definitely we are going to cover another important aspect which is related to the security. So let's move further. Welcome again. So after exploring the monitoring features in the virtualization world, let's move with the security implementation side. So if you want to implement the security related to the users, so we need to click on the manage option. Here you can see that we find the option security and users, and when we install ESXi 6.7 or any other version, by default a user is created which is called root, and this user having administrative privileges for the management of this whole ESXi virtualization infrastructure. But when we think about our IT team, you know that there are number of team members working in the IT team, and each member have their different job role, and according to the job role we need to assign permission inside the ESXi host. So if you want to create a number of users inside the ESXi environment, so here is the option available. You need to click on the manage button, then you have to go with the users option, and under the security and users option, here is the add user button. Here I can create let's say IT admin, or I can use description option also, admin accounts or admin account option, or here I will configure the password, and then we will go with other user options. Here you can see that as I click on the add button, user will be created over here.
And by using this option, I can create a number of other users like IT support. It will be used for support team and having password. I need to confirm the password again, and by doing this I can create number of users according to my requirements. And after the creation of these accounts, I can also assign a number of roles according to their job description or according to their team role inside the ESXi infrastructure. So here we have another option related to the roles. Now here you can see that we have few roles inside the ESXi. Number one is administrator, which have full rights, and other one is called anonymous, not logged in. User cannot be granted, as you can assume this users as a guest account which we are generally used in Windows infrastructure, and having no access and no cryptography administrator, read only rights, view only. So there are a number of options, and we can also customize and we also create customizable role as per our own requirement. So if I want to create any other role, I just need to click on the add role button, and here you can see that I have number of options related to the permissions. If I want to create any other role, let's say I can create IT support role, and according to the role, IT support role, and according to the role I can assign a few functions to it. Let's say it will manage let's suppose Datastore, network connectivity, and it can also see the alarms inside the ESXi infrastructure, and if any other requirement I can add further. So as I click on the add button, here you can see that another role is created, IT support, and I can also create IT engineer or IT administrator or virtualization administrator and assign them customizable permissions, because you know that here we have number of options. If I click on the system side button, here inside the system you can see the permissions, and if I click on the other virtual machine option, here you can see that if I select the virtual machine role, number of permission inside the virtual machine here is already mentioned. So you can perform number of tasks related to the security and users domain. And if you want to assign any role to any user, you can also perform these tasks inside the ESXi infrastructure. So now onwards, users are created. We also implement number of role options related to the ESXi infrastructure. Now, if we want to assign any specific role to any user, what will be the process? So for that purpose, you just need to right click on the host option and just enter into the permission side. So here you can see that I just want to add any user to the host side. Just click on the add user button. And previously we created two types of users. Here you can find IT admin and IT support. So I just click on the IT support, and from here I can select the role option, and here you can see that I have also created a customized role which is called IT support. So after creating this, after selecting this, I just click on the add user button. As I click, here you can see that user is also added to our ESXi host with its supported role. So from here you can perform number of options related to the user creation as well as
you can say role options. So if I select here the IT admin option, so from here I can also assign customizable role to the specific user as well, which is customizable options available for the implementation of ESXi management. So we explore number of options related to the security and users. Right now we have another important option which we can utilize for the purpose of security, and here you can see that it's called the lockdown mode. When we click on the lockdown mode and click on the edit setting button, here you can see that we have three options related to the lockdown mode. First one is by default lockdown mode is disabled. If you want to restrict any specific number of users from login to your ESXi host, you can enable it from here. Restrict lockdown users are restricted to log in from vCenter servers only. So if you want to implement any kind of restrictions on any specific user to log in to your virtualization infrastructure, so you can utilize the change lockdown mode as well. And the third option is called the normal lockdown. Users may log in via DC UI and vCenter server. So if you select third one option, then you have the capability to restrict number of users from login inside your ESXi infrastructure by using the HTML5 client as well as your vCenter server option. So I hope that you get number of security ideas related to the users implementation when you are going to plan a virtualization infrastructure. Now time comes to say goodbye to you from our comparative virtualization training certification program or skills learning program. We cover 6 major options during our whole virtualization journey and cover number of theoretical concepts which require for the purpose of deployment, and we try our best to do more hands-on labs for our all new learners and professionals related to the virtualization certification. A number of resources available with this course. You can utilize them for skill enhancements related to the theoretical concepts as well as your hands-on labs. So a lab manual is also attached with this course. You can also utilize it, and you can perform a number of lab infrastructure activities after the completion of this course. So have a good luck for your career, and have a good luck for your exam certification program.